There are chapters of our past that seem to belong to another world entirely. Ancient structures submerged beneath the ocean, artifacts found in layers of earth far older than any known civilization, and legends from every corner of the globe that speak of a great flood wiping away an earlier age of mankind. Tonight we're exploring the enduring mysteries of the world before the flood, evidence that challenges the accepted timeline and may rewrite the story of human origins itself. Before we begin, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make the journey more immersive, but you can follow everything through the audio alone. So feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these perplexing mysteries. And if you'd like to support the channel, consider subscribing. Now, let's begin our journey into the strange and forgotten world of the pre-flood era. Hidden away from mainstream biblical texts for centuries, there exists an ancient book that tells one of the most extraordinary and controversial stories ever written. The Book of Enoch speaks of angels who abandoned their heavenly realm, descended to earth, and changed the course of human history forever. These weren't ordinary angels. These were beings of immense power who defied the natural order, took human wives, and gave birth to a race of giants that would terrorize the ancient world. But here's what makes this story so unsettling. The Book of Enoch wasn't just a work of fiction or mythology. It was considered sacred scripture by many ancient cultures. It was quoted in the New Testament, referenced by early church fathers, and treated as historical fact by civilizations across the globe. So why was it removed from the biblical canon? And more importantly, could there be truth hidden within its pages? The discovery of the complete Book of Enoch is itself a modern mystery. For over 1,000 years, scholars knew of its existence only through fragments and references in other ancient texts. The book had seemingly vanished from the world, lost to time, and perhaps deliberately suppressed. It wasn't until 1773 that Scottish explorer James Bruce returned from Ethiopia carrying 3 complete copies of the text, written in the ancient Ge'ez language. Even then, it took decades for scholars to fully translate and understand what they had found. When they did, they discovered a text that was far more detailed and elaborate than anything they had expected. This wasn't just a simple religious document. It was a comprehensive account of cosmic rebellion, advanced technology, and the corruption of the human race by beings from another realm. The Book of Enoch tells us that 200 angels, known as the Watchers, were assigned to observe humanity from a distance. They were meant to watch, not interfere. But according to the text, these angels became fascinated by human women. The book describes how they made a pact among themselves, binding their fate together as they prepared to commit what would be considered the ultimate transgression. Their leader was Semjaza, though the text also names Azazel as another prominent figure among the fallen. These weren't minor celestial beings. They were described as princes among the angels, possessing knowledge and power beyond human comprehension. The book provides specific details about their descent, naming the mountain where they first touched earth, Mount Hermon, which still exists today on the border between Lebanon and Syria. The text describes the moment of their descent in vivid detail. It wasn't a gradual corruption or a slow fall from grace. It was a deliberate, coordinated rebellion. The angels gathered on Mount Hermon and took a binding oath, knowing full well that what they were about to do would bring divine punishment not just on themselves, but on all creation. They swore to each other that they would all share in the guilt, that none would back down from their terrible purpose. What happened next, according to Enoch, changed everything. The angels didn't just observe humanity anymore. They integrated with it. They took wives from among the daughters of men, and these unions produced offspring that were unlike anything the world had ever seen. These children were giants, beings of enormous stature and strength, but they were also something else entirely. They were neither fully human nor fully angelic. They were something in between, something that shouldn't have existed. The Book of Enoch provides specific names for many of these fallen angels and describes their individual specialties. Azazel taught humans the art of warfare and metalworking. Amazarach taught sorcery and the cutting of roots. Armors taught how to break spells and enchantments. Barakigil taught astrology. Kakebel taught the secrets of the constellations. Ezekiel taught knowledge of the clouds. Arakiel taught the signs of the earth. Shamsiel taught the signs of the sun. Sariel taught the course of the moon. Each angel, it seems, was a master of forbidden knowledge, and each contributed to the corruption of humanity in their own specific way. The book suggests that these weren't random teachings, but a coordinated effort to transform human civilization in ways that violated the natural order. The angels weren't just sharing knowledge. They were fundamentally altering the trajectory of human development. The book describes these giants as consuming everything in their path. At first, they ate the crops and livestock of humans, but when that wasn't enough, they began eating humans themselves. Some grew to be 300 cubits tall, which would make them roughly 450 feet in height. These weren't just large humans. They were described as monsters, beings whose very existence was an affront to the natural order. But the giants weren't uniform in their behavior or appearance. The Book of Enoch describes different types of giant offspring, each with their own characteristics and abilities. Some were primarily focused on physical domination and violence. Others seemed to inherit more of the intellectual capabilities of their angelic fathers, becoming masters of the forbidden arts and technologies that had been taught to humanity. The text suggests that these giant beings established kingdoms and dynasties, ruling over human populations with absolute authority. They built cities and monuments that defied conventional construction techniques, using knowledge and capabilities that normal humans simply didn't possess. Some researchers wonder if the megalithic structures found around the world might be remnants of these giant civilizations. But the physical transformation of humanity wasn't the only consequence of the angels' intervention. The Book of Enoch explains that these fallen angels shared forbidden knowledge with their human wives and children. Azazel taught men how to make weapons of war, swords, knives, shields, and armor. He revealed the secrets of metallurgy and warfare, technologies that humans weren't meant to possess at that time in their development. The book goes into remarkable detail about the specific technologies that were taught. The working of metals wasn't just about making tools and weapons. It involved complex processes of mining, smelting, and alloying that required sophisticated understanding of chemistry and engineering. The angels taught humans how to extract precious metals from the earth, how to create alloys with specific properties, and how to craft objects of incredible beauty and durability. Other angels taught different forbidden arts. Some revealed the secrets of astronomy and the movements of the stars, not for navigation or agriculture, but for purposes of divination and sorcery. Others taught the use of roots and plants for magical purposes, while still others shared knowledge of cosmetics and jewelry making. These might seem like harmless skills, but the book suggests that these were dangerous technologies that corrupted human society. The astronomical knowledge was particularly sophisticated. The Book of Enoch contains detailed descriptions of celestial mechanics, calendar systems, and the movement of heavenly bodies that seem far advanced for the supposed time period of its composition. The text describes a solar calendar of 364 days, divided into specific seasons and months, with precise calculations for solstices and equinoxes. Perhaps most disturbing was the teaching of writing and language. While we might consider these to be positive developments, the Book of Enoch presents them as part of the corruption of humanity. The idea seems to be that humans were given knowledge they weren't ready for, knowledge that would lead them away from their natural relationship with the divine and toward a more material, earthly existence. The book suggests that before the intervention of the fallen angels, humans lived in a more direct, intuitive relationship with the divine. Communication was more immediate and spiritual, without the need for complex written languages or symbolic systems. The introduction of writing, according to this view, represented a step away from this pure state and toward a more fragmented, materialistic way of understanding the world. The consequences of these teachings were catastrophic. According to the book, the earth became filled with violence and corruption. The giants ruled over humans with cruelty, consuming not just their food but their very lives. The natural order was breaking down, and creation itself was groaning under the weight of this cosmic mistake. The Book of Enoch describes the world before the flood as a place of unimaginable horror and beauty existing side by side. On one hand, there were technological marvels and artistic achievements that far exceeded anything known in recorded history. On the other hand, there was violence, oppression, and spiritual corruption on a scale that threatened the very fabric of reality. The text suggests that the antediluvian world was divided into territories controlled by different giant dynasties, each ruled by the offspring of different fallen angels. These kingdoms were constantly at war with each other, using advanced weapons and technologies in conflicts that devastated entire regions. The human population was caught in the middle, serving as both soldiers and prey for their giant overlords. But the corruption wasn't just physical and technological. The Book of Enoch describes a spiritual pollution that spread throughout all creation. The very presence of beings who were neither fully human nor fully angelic created a kind of cosmic disruption, a breakdown in the proper order of things that affected everything from the weather patterns to the behavior of animals. It was then that the other angels, those who had remained faithful, brought news of what was happening on earth to the Most High. The book describes how the cries of humanity reached heaven, pleading for relief from the tyranny of the giants and the corruption that had been unleashed upon the world. The text provides dramatic details of this heavenly intervention. The Archangel Michael is described as presenting the case against the fallen angels and their offspring, cataloging their crimes and the damage they had done to creation. The evidence was overwhelming. The fallen angels had not only disobeyed direct divine commands, but they had corrupted the entire created order in ways that threatened its very survival. The response was swift and terrible. The Book of Enoch describes how 4 archangels were dispatched to deal with the crisis. Gabriel was sent to warn Noah of the coming flood and to ensure the preservation of the righteous remnant. Michael was tasked with binding Semjaza and his followers. Raphael was ordered to bind Azazel and cast him into darkness, and Uriel was sent to warn humanity of the destruction that was to come. The punishment of the fallen angels was described in excruciating detail. They weren't simply destroyed or sent back to heaven. Instead, they were bound in darkness, imprisoned in the earth itself until the final judgment. The book describes how they were cast into valleys and caves, bound with chains that could never be broken, condemned to watch the destruction of everything they had corrupted. But what about their giant offspring? The Book of Enoch explains that these beings couldn't simply be allowed to continue existing. They were an abomination, neither human nor angelic, and their very existence was a threat to the stability of creation. According to the text, these giants were caused to fight against each other, destroying themselves in a great war that consumed their entire race. The description of this final war between the giants is both terrifying and tragic. These beings, who had dominated the earth for generations, turned their advanced weapons and supernatural abilities against each other in a conflict so destructive that it left vast areas of the planet uninhabitable. The book suggests that some of the world's most desolate regions might still bear the scars of this ancient conflict. However, the book suggests that their destruction wasn't complete. When the giants died, their spirits didn't depart to whatever realm awaits the spirits of the dead. Instead, they became something else entirely. They became demons, evil spirits that would continue to plague humanity long after their physical forms had been destroyed. These spirits, according to Enoch, are responsible for much of the evil and corruption that continues to affect the world. This transformation of the giant spirits into demons is one of the most significant aspects of the Book of Enoch's theology. It provides an explanation for the ongoing presence of evil in the world that goes beyond simple human wickedness. According to this view, much of the spiritual darkness that affects humanity comes from these ancient, powerful beings who continue to influence the world despite their physical destruction. The flood itself is presented not just as a punishment for human wickedness, but as a cosmic reset, a way to cleanse the earth of the genetic and spiritual pollution introduced by the fallen angels. Noah and his family were preserved not just because they were righteous, but because their genetic line was still pure, uncontaminated by the angelic corruption that had spread throughout the rest of humanity. The Book of Enoch provides specific details about the selection of Noah and the preservation of pure human genetics. The text suggests that by the time of the flood, most of humanity had been genetically altered through interbreeding with the giant offspring of the fallen angels. Noah's lineage was special because it had somehow remained pure, preserving the original human genetic template that was necessary for the post-flood world. This raises profound questions about the nature of the antediluvian world, the world before the flood. If we take the Book of Enoch seriously, then we're looking at a civilization that was far more advanced and far more strange than we typically imagine. This was a world where angels walked among humans, where giants ruled the earth, and where technology and knowledge were gained not through gradual human development, but through direct angelic intervention. Some researchers have suggested that many of the megalithic structures we find around the world, structures that seem impossible for ancient humans to have built with primitive technology, might be remnants of this antediluvian civilization. Could the massive stone blocks of Baalbek, the precise engineering of the pyramids, or the complex underground cities of Cappadocia be evidence of the advanced technology taught by the fallen angels? The Book of Enoch was extremely popular in the ancient world. It was translated into multiple languages and was considered authoritative by many Jewish and early Christian communities. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church still includes it in their biblical canon today. It's quoted directly in the New Testament Book of Jude, and many of its themes appear throughout early Christian literature. The text was known and referenced by numerous ancient authors and religious leaders. The early church father Justin Martyr treated it as authentic scripture. Clement of Alexandria quoted from it extensively. Tertullian considered it to be a genuine work of the antediluvian patriarch. Even Augustine, though more cautious, acknowledged its influence on Christian thought. So why was it excluded from most biblical canons? The reasons are complex and debated, but they seem to center on questions of authorship and theological consistency. By the time the biblical canon was being formalized, there were concerns about the book's origins and whether its elaborate mythology was compatible with developing Christian doctrine. Some scholars argue that the book's exclusion was motivated by its controversial content rather than questions of authenticity. The detailed descriptions of angelic rebellion, advanced ancient technology, and genetic corruption may have been deemed too dangerous or disruptive for general religious instruction. The book's implications for understanding human nature, the origin of evil, and the structure of reality were perhaps too radical for mainstream acceptance. But exclusion from the biblical canon doesn't necessarily mean the book is without value or truth. Many scholars recognize that it preserves ancient traditions and beliefs that were widespread in the ancient Near East. Whether those traditions reflect actual historical events or are symbolic representations of spiritual truths is a matter of ongoing debate. The Book of Enoch also provides a different perspective on familiar biblical stories. The account of Noah's flood, for instance, takes on new meaning when understood as a response to angelic corruption, rather than simply human wickedness. The strange verse in Genesis that mentions the sons of God taking wives from among the daughters of men becomes much clearer when read alongside Enoch's detailed account of the fallen angels. Even more intriguing are the parallels between the Book of Enoch and mythologies from around the world. Stories of gods or divine beings descending from heaven to mate with humans appear in cultures that had no apparent contact with each other. The Greek myths of the Titans, the Hindu stories of the Asuras, the Mesopotamian tales of the Anunnaki all share common elements with Enoch's account of the Watchers. Could these be distorted memories of actual historical events? Some researchers think so. They point to the remarkable consistency of certain details across cultures as evidence that these stories might preserve actual historical memories, passed down through oral tradition before being recorded in various mythological forms. The global distribution of these stories is remarkable. From the Americas to Asia, from Europe to Africa, cultures around the world tell of a time when divine beings interacted directly with humans, producing hybrid offspring and sharing forbidden knowledge. The details vary, but the core elements remain surprisingly consistent across vast distances and time periods. The Book of Enoch also offers insights into ancient cosmology and the structure of reality as understood by its authors. It describes multiple heavens, spiritual realms beyond the physical world, and complex hierarchies of spiritual beings. This cosmological framework influenced Jewish mysticism, early Christian theology, and Islamic thought, providing a rich tapestry of ideas about the nature of reality and humanity's place within it. The text describes 7 heavens, each with its own characteristics and inhabitants. The first heaven contains the clouds and weather systems. The second houses the rebellious angels awaiting judgment. The third is where the righteous dead reside. The fourth contains the sun, moon, and stars. The fifth is home to the watchers who remained faithful. The sixth houses various orders of angels. The seventh is the dwelling place of the Most High. Modern readers might dismiss the Book of Enoch as ancient mythology, but its influence on religious thought has been profound and lasting. Concepts of fallen angels, demonic possession, and cosmic warfare that appear throughout Judeo-Christian tradition can be traced back to themes first developed in this ancient text. The book also raises disturbing questions about the nature of knowledge and progress. If we take its account seriously, then much of what we consider to be human advancement might actually be the result of forbidden divine intervention. Technology, art, science, even writing itself are presented not as natural human developments, but as corrupting influences that led humanity away from its intended path. This perspective challenges our modern assumptions about progress and development. We typically view technological advancement as inherently positive, but the Book of Enoch suggests that knowledge gained before its proper time can be destructive rather than beneficial. It warns that power without wisdom, technology without spiritual maturity, can lead to catastrophe. Perhaps most unsettling is the book's suggestion that the effects of the fallen angels' intervention didn't end with the flood. According to Enoch, the spirits of the giants continue to influence human affairs, working to corrupt and destroy. The fallen angels themselves, though bound, still exert influence on the world, and their forbidden knowledge continues to spread through human civilization. If this is true, then the world we live in today might still be shaped by that ancient rebellion. The violence, corruption, and spiritual darkness that seem to plague human society might not be simply the result of human nature, but the ongoing consequence of that primordial catastrophe when heaven and earth were mixed in ways they were never meant to be. The Book of Enoch remains one of the most controversial and fascinating texts from the ancient world. Whether we read it as history, mythology, or spiritual allegory, it offers profound insights into how ancient peoples understood the relationship between the divine and human realms. It reminds us that our ancestors lived in a universe filled with mystery and wonder, where the boundaries between the natural and supernatural were far more fluid than we might imagine today. Across the vast landscapes of North America, from the ancient burial mounds of Ohio to the remote caves of Nevada, stories persist of a discovery that would rewrite history books. These aren't tales of ordinary archaeological finds, but accounts of massive human skeletons, some reportedly measuring 8, 10, even 12 feet in length. For more than 2 centuries, newspapers, explorers, and even respected institutions have documented the unearthing of giant bones across the continent. Yet today, these discoveries seem to have vanished from both museums and mainstream archaeology. What happened to all the evidence? The story of giants in North America begins long before European settlers arrived. Native American tribes across the continent share remarkably consistent oral traditions about a race of giant beings who once inhabited the land. These weren't benevolent giants from fairy tales. According to tribal histories, these were often dangerous creatures who terrorized smaller humans, cannibalistic beings who had to be fought and eventually driven out or destroyed by the ancestors of modern Native Americans. The Paiute tribe of Nevada tells particularly detailed stories about the Ct-Ka, red-haired giants who lived in the area of Lovelock Cave. According to Paiute oral history, these giants were fierce warriors who made war against all other tribes in the region. The stories describe them as being between 8 and 10 feet tall, with red or reddish-brown hair, which was unusual among Native American populations. Eventually, the various tribes had to unite to fight against the giants, ultimately trapping the last of them in a cave and smoking them out. What makes this story particularly intriguing is that Lovelock Cave is a real place, and it has been excavated multiple times since the early 1900s. During these excavations, archaeologists did find unusual remains, including what appeared to be the mummified body of a very tall individual with reddish hair. The cave also contained artifacts that seemed too large for normal-sized humans, including sandals that were reportedly 18 inches long. But Nevada isn't the only state with giant legends and alleged giant discoveries. The Lakota people of the Great Plains speak of a race of giants they called the Ct-Ka, which translates to big people. These beings were described as being extremely tall and powerful, but also cruel and cannibalistic. According to Lakota tradition, these giants were eventually destroyed in a great battle, but not before they had terrorized the region for generations. Similar stories appear among the Choctaw, who tell of the Nahullo, a race of giant people who were skilled in building and had pale skin. The Cherokee speak of the Kekle-Kudle, giants who lived in the mountains and were known for their great strength and aggressive nature. The consistency of these stories across different tribes who had limited contact with each other is remarkable and suggests they might be based on actual historical encounters. The European colonization of North America brought a new wave of giant discoveries, this time documented in newspapers and official reports. As settlers moved west and began excavating for farms, buildings, and roads, they frequently uncovered burial mounds and grave sites that contained unusually large human remains. These discoveries were so common that they became regular features in local newspapers throughout the 1800s and early 1900s. One of the most well-documented cases occurred in 1879 near Brewersville, Indiana. According to multiple newspaper accounts, workers discovered a burial mound that contained the skeleton of a man measuring 9 feet 8 inches tall. The skeleton was reportedly examined by several doctors and found to be anatomically normal, except for its extraordinary size. The skull alone was said to be large enough to fit over a normal man's head like a helmet. In 1891, workers in Crittenden, Arizona, reportedly discovered a sarcophagus containing the mummified remains of a giant measuring over 9 feet tall. The find was said to have been examined by officials and then shipped to the Smithsonian Institution for further study. However, like many such discoveries, the remains seem to have disappeared into the institution's vast collections and have never been publicly displayed or discussed. Perhaps the most famous giant discovery was reported by the Arizona Gazette in April 1909. The newspaper published a front-page story describing the discovery of an enormous underground complex in the Grand Canyon. According to the report, the discovery was made by G.E. Kincaid, an explorer working for the Smithsonian Institution. The article described vast chambers containing mummies, artifacts, and evidence of an advanced civilization. Some of the mummies were reportedly much larger than normal humans, leading to speculation about a race of giants who had lived in the canyon. The story described hieroglyphic writing, copper tools, and architectural features that seemed to blend Egyptian and Asian influences. The article suggested that this was evidence of an ancient, advanced civilization that had somehow made its way to North America thousands of years ago. However, when researchers have tried to verify this story, they've found no record of G.E. Kincaid working for the Smithsonian, and no evidence that such a discovery was ever made. This has led many to conclude that the entire story was a hoax, but others wonder if it might have been based on a real discovery that was later covered up. The pattern of giant discoveries continued well into the 20th century. In 1912, archaeologists working near Lake DeLavin, Wisconsin, reportedly uncovered the remains of 18 individuals, all of whom were said to be between 7 and 9 feet tall. The dig was said to have been supervised by the Beloit College professor, and the skulls were reportedly examined by experts who confirmed their unusual size and features. In 1928, a farmer in Pennsylvania reportedly discovered the buried remains of a giant while digging in his field. The skeleton was said to measure over 8 feet tall and was examined by local doctors before being turned over to authorities. According to newspaper accounts, the remains showed evidence of having been buried in a sitting position, which was consistent with some Native American burial practices. Throughout the 1930s and 40s, similar discoveries continued to be reported across the continent. Workers building roads, farmers clearing fields, and archaeologists excavating sites all reportedly uncovered evidence of unusually large human remains. Many of these discoveries were said to have been turned over to the Smithsonian Institution or other major museums for study and preservation. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite the hundreds of documented giant discoveries reported over more than a century, virtually none of these remains are on display in museums today. When researchers try to track down the actual bones and artifacts, they consistently hit dead ends. The Smithsonian Institution, which is mentioned in numerous newspaper accounts as having received giant remains for study, has no record of most of these discoveries and claims that they never received the materials described in the reports. This has led to widespread speculation about a cover-up. Some researchers believe that evidence of giants in North America has been systematically suppressed by mainstream archaeology and major institutions. They argue that the discovery of giant humans would challenge fundamental assumptions about human evolution and the prehistoric population of the Americas, and that powerful interests have worked to hide this evidence from the public. The cover-up theory suggests that the Smithsonian Institution and other major museums have deliberately destroyed or hidden evidence of giants because such discoveries don't fit the accepted narrative of human development. Proponents point to the fact that despite hundreds of documented discoveries, virtually no giant remains are available for public examination today. They also note that many of the reported discoveries were made by credible witnesses, including doctors, professors, and other professionals who would have had no reason to fabricate such claims. However, skeptics argue that there are more mundane explanations for the disappearance of giant remains. They point out that bone preservation was much more difficult in the past, and that many museums had limited storage space and resources. It's possible that unusual remains were simply lost, damaged, or discarded over time due to poor preservation techniques and institutional neglect. There's also the question of measurement accuracy. In an era before standardized measuring techniques and scientific protocols, it's possible that many of the reported giant skeletons were simply misidentified or mismeasured. Normal human remains might have appeared larger than they actually were due to displacement, incomplete excavation, or simple errors in measurement. Another possibility is that some of the giant discoveries were actually the remains of known megafauna rather than giant humans. North America was once home to many large mammal species that went extinct at the end of the last ice age. Cave bears, ground sloths, and other massive creatures might have been misidentified as giant humans by inexperienced excavators. However, this explanation doesn't account for all the reported discoveries. Many of the newspaper accounts specifically describe anatomically human remains, complete with skulls, teeth, and bone structures that were clearly identified as human rather than animal. Some reports even mention the discovery of tools, weapons, and artifacts alongside the giant remains, which would be consistent with human rather than animal burials. The genetic evidence presents another puzzle. If giants actually existed in North America, we would expect to find some genetic trace of them in modern populations. However, studies of Native American genetics have not revealed any evidence of unusually large human populations in the ancient Americas. This suggests that either the giants were a very small population that didn't contribute significantly to the modern gene pool, or that they were not actually human in the conventional sense. Some researchers have proposed alternative explanations for the giant discoveries. They suggest that the remains might have belonged to individuals with gigantism, a medical condition that can cause people to grow to exceptional heights. While this could explain some isolated discoveries, it seems unlikely to account for the widespread reports of giant populations that appear in the historical record. Another theory is that the giants were members of an unknown human subspecies, or a hybrid population that resulted from interbreeding between different human groups. This could potentially explain both their unusual size and their apparent distinctiveness from other Native American populations. However, this theory lacks genetic evidence and remains highly speculative. The most exotic theories suggest that the giants were not entirely human at all. Some researchers, drawing on the Book of Enoch and similar ancient texts, propose that the North American giants were descendants of the Nephilim, the hybrid offspring of angels and humans described in biblical and apocryphal literature. According to this theory, groups of these giant beings survived the global flood and migrated to different parts of the world, including North America, where they established populations that persisted until relatively recent times. This theory is supported by the global distribution of giant legends and discoveries. Similar reports of giant human remains have been made on every continent, suggesting a worldwide phenomenon rather than isolated regional occurrences. The consistency of descriptions across different cultures and time periods is remarkable and suggests that these stories might be based on real encounters with unusually large human beings. The archaeological record also contains some intriguing anomalies that might support the existence of giants in ancient North America. Many of the continent's megalithic structures, including the massive earthworks of Ohio and the stone walls of New England, seem to require construction techniques and capabilities that exceed what we know about prehistoric Native American technology. Some researchers wonder if these structures might have been built by or with the help of much larger and stronger human beings. The mystery is further complicated by the involvement of the Smithsonian Institution, which has become a focal point for cover-up theories. The Smithsonian was founded in 1846 and quickly became the premier repository for American archaeological discoveries. If there was a systematic effort to suppress evidence of giants, the Smithsonian would have been the natural center of such activities. Some researchers claim to have found smoking gun evidence of Smithsonian involvement in covering up giant discoveries. They point to internal memos, shipping records, and other documents that allegedly show the institution receiving and then disposing of giant remains. However, these documents are often difficult to verify, and the Smithsonian itself denies any such cover-up. In recent years, the Freedom of Information Act has been used to try to uncover evidence of giant cover-ups. Some researchers have filed requests for Smithsonian records related to giant discoveries, but these efforts have generally been unsuccessful. The institution claims that most of the relevant records have been lost or destroyed, and that no evidence of systematic suppression exists. The debate over giants in North America continues to this day, with new discoveries and claims surfacing regularly. Modern archaeological techniques, including ground-penetrating radar and genetic analysis, offer new ways to investigate these claims. However, mainstream archaeology remains skeptical of giant theories, and few professional archaeologists are willing to seriously investigate the claims. Despite the skepticism, the evidence for giants in North America remains intriguing. The consistency of Native American oral traditions, the numerous newspaper accounts of discoveries, and the apparent systematic disappearance of physical evidence all point to something unusual in the prehistoric Americas. Whether that something was actually giant humans, misidentified remains, or something else entirely remains one of the most persistent mysteries in North American archaeology. The truth about giants in North America may never be fully known, but the search for answers continues to captivate researchers and the public alike. In a continent full of archaeological mysteries, from the mound builders of the Midwest to the cliff dwellers of the Southwest, the question of giants represents one of the most tantalizing puzzles of all. Were there really giants in the ancient Americas, or are we chasing shadows and misremembering the past? The answer lies buried somewhere in the vast landscape of North America, waiting for the right discovery to bring it to light. There are few names in history that carry as much weight as Atlantis. Just the word itself conjures images of a magnificent civilization lost beneath the waves, an advanced society that once ruled the seas before vanishing without a trace. But here's the question that has puzzled scholars for over 2,000 years. Was Atlantis a real place, or was it simply a story meant to teach us something deeper about human nature and the rise and fall of civilizations? The story begins in ancient Athens, around 360 BCE, when the Greek philosopher Plato sat down to write two of his most famous dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias. In these works, he introduced the world to Atlantis, describing it not as myth or legend but as historical fact. According to Plato, this information came to him through a chain of sources stretching back centuries. The story, he claimed, originated with Solon, one of Athens' greatest lawgivers, who had traveled to Egypt and learned about Atlantis from Egyptian priests in the city of Sais. These priests spoke of an island nation that existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, making Atlantis roughly 11,500 years old by our modern calendar. This would place its existence at the end of the last ice age, during a period we now call the Younger Dryas, when massive climate changes were reshaping the entire planet. The timing alone makes Atlantis intriguing, as this was exactly when sea levels were rising rapidly due to melting ice sheets, potentially swallowing coastal civilizations whole. But let's dive deeper into what Plato actually said about this mysterious civilization. According to his account, Atlantis was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now know as the Strait of Gibraltar. The island was larger than Libya and Asia combined, which in ancient Greek terms meant it was absolutely massive. The Atlanteans, Plato wrote, had created a naval empire that controlled much of the Mediterranean and had even attempted to conquer Athens and Egypt. The description of Atlantis itself reads like something from a utopian dream. The island was arranged in concentric circles of land and water, with a central palace and temple complex dedicated to Poseidon, the god of the sea. The palace was said to be covered in gold, silver, and orichalcum, a mysterious metal that was supposedly more precious than gold. Elaborate harbors accommodated ships from across the known world, while a complex system of canals allowed vessels to navigate deep into the island's interior. The Atlanteans themselves were described as incredibly advanced. They had sophisticated engineering, powerful armies, and vast wealth. Their society was highly organized, with a complex political system that governed not just their island home but colonies and territories across the Mediterranean. For generations, they lived in harmony and prosperity, guided by divine wisdom and natural law. But then something changed. According to Plato, the Atlanteans became corrupt and greedy. They lost their way, abandoning the virtues that had made them great. The gods, particularly Zeus, decided that such corruption could not be allowed to continue. In a single day and night of catastrophic earthquakes and floods, Atlantis was swallowed by the sea, disappearing forever beneath the waves. Now, here's where the mystery truly begins. Plato presented this story as historical fact, but was it? For over 2 millennia, scholars have debated whether Atlantis was a real place that Plato had learned about through Egyptian records, or whether it was an elaborate allegory, a fictional civilization created to illustrate philosophical points about politics, morality, and the cyclical nature of civilizations. The case for Atlantis being real starts with Plato's own words. Unlike his other philosophical dialogues, which are clearly allegorical, Plato went to great lengths to establish the historical credibility of the Atlantis story. He provided specific dates, named his sources, and insisted multiple times that the account was true. He even had one of his characters, Critias, swear that the story was fact, not fiction. This level of detail and insistence on historical accuracy is unusual for Plato and suggests he may have believed he was relating actual history. There's also the matter of Plato's sources. While we can't verify every link in the chain, Solon was a real historical figure who did travel to Egypt. The Egyptian priests of Sais were known for their extensive records and deep knowledge of ancient history. Egypt had been a center of learning for thousands of years, and it's entirely possible that their records contained information about civilizations that had been lost to Greek memory. Archaeological evidence has also emerged that some interpret as supporting the Atlantis story. The end of the last ice age, around 11,600 years ago, was indeed a time of dramatic change. Sea levels rose by more than 300 feet as massive ice sheets melted, flooding vast areas of land that had been inhabited during the Ice Age. Coastal civilizations that may have been quite advanced for their time could have been completely submerged, leaving little trace of their existence. Recent underwater archaeology has revealed that there were indeed sophisticated settlements on land that is now beneath the sea. Off the coast of India, Japan, and the Mediterranean, divers have discovered structures that suggest complex societies existed in areas that were dry land during the Ice Age. While none of these discoveries match Plato's description of Atlantis exactly, they do prove that advanced civilizations could have existed in areas that are now underwater. There's also growing evidence that the end of the Ice Age wasn't a gradual process, but included periods of rapid, catastrophic change. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis suggests that around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck by fragments of a comet or asteroid. This impact would have triggered massive climate changes, including sudden warming, rising sea levels, and widespread flooding. Such an event could explain not just the disappearance of Atlantis, but also flood myths found in cultures around the world. Some researchers have pointed to specific locations as possible sites for Atlantis. The Mediterranean island of Santorini, for example, was home to the advanced Minoan civilization until a massive volcanic eruption around 3,600 years ago. The eruption and subsequent tsunami devastated the region and may have inspired later stories of a great civilization destroyed by natural catastrophe. While the timing doesn't match Plato's account exactly, some argue that the details could have been altered as the story was passed down through generations. Others have suggested that Atlantis might have been located in the Atlantic Ocean itself, perhaps on the Azores Plateau or another now-submerged landmass. Before the end of the Ice Age, sea levels were much lower, and areas that are now deep underwater were dry land. It's theoretically possible that an island civilization existed in the Atlantic and was submerged when the ice sheets melted. But then we come to the arguments against Atlantis being a real place. Many scholars point out that no other ancient source mentions Atlantis. Despite the extensive records kept by Egyptians, Babylonians, and other ancient civilizations, there is no independent verification of Plato's story. If Atlantis had been as large and powerful as Plato claimed, wouldn't other cultures have recorded interactions with this maritime empire? There's also the matter of Plato's own philosophical methods. Throughout his other works, Plato frequently used fictional scenarios and allegorical stories to illustrate complex ideas about politics, justice, and human nature. The Republic, for instance, describes an ideal city-state that scholars universally agree was not meant to be taken as a description of a real place. Given this pattern, many argue that Atlantis was simply another of Plato's philosophical allegories. The details of the Atlantis story, these scholars argue, are too perfectly aligned with Plato's philosophical concerns to be coincidental. The rise and fall of Atlantis mirrors themes that appear throughout Plato's work: the importance of virtue in governance, the dangers of corruption and excess, and the cyclical nature of civilizations. The story serves as a perfect illustration of what happens when a society abandons wisdom and justice in favor of power and wealth. There's also the question of the numbers involved. Plato claimed that Atlantis existed 9,000 years before his time, and that it took place over a period of 9,000 years. Some scholars suggest that these numbers may have been mistranslated or misunderstood. Ancient Greek and Egyptian number systems were different from ours, and it's possible that what Plato interpreted as thousands of years was actually hundreds. This would place Atlantis much closer to known historical civilizations, though it would still leave the question of why no other records of it survive. The linguistic evidence is also worth considering. The name Atlantis comes from Atlas, the mythical titan who was said to hold up the heavens. In Greek mythology, Atlas was associated with the far western edge of the world, beyond the known civilized lands. This mythological connection suggests that Plato may have been creating a fictional location at the edge of the known world, a perfect setting for a cautionary tale about the limits of human ambition. But perhaps the most compelling argument for Atlantis being an allegory lies in its function within Plato's broader philosophical project. The Timaeus and Critias were part of a trilogy of dialogues that Plato planned to write about the ideal state. The third dialogue, the Hermocrates, was never completed, but it's clear that Plato intended to use these works to explore fundamental questions about politics, society, and human nature. Atlantis serves as the perfect foil to Plato's ideal Athens, a civilization that had all the advantages but squandered them through moral corruption. Yet even if we accept that Plato invented Atlantis as an allegory, that doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't some historical truth underlying the story. Many scholars believe that Plato may have drawn inspiration from real historical events and civilizations, weaving them together into a fictional narrative that served his philosophical purposes. The Bronze Age collapse, the fall of Troy, the eruption of Santorini, or other historical catastrophes could have provided the raw material for Plato's imagination. There's something particularly intriguing about the timing of Atlantis in Plato's account. By placing the civilization at the end of the Ice Age, Plato may have been drawing on folk memories or historical records of real climate catastrophes. Flood myths are found in cultures around the world, often describing the destruction of advanced civilizations by rising waters. While these stories were likely inspired by local flooding events, they may also preserve some memory of the global changes that occurred at the end of the Ice Age. The idea of cyclic time, central to the Atlantis story, was also important in many ancient cultures. The Egyptians, Babylonians, and Indians all had concepts of great cycles of time in which civilizations rose and fell. The destruction of Atlantis fits perfectly into this worldview, serving as an example of how even the greatest civilizations are subject to cosmic cycles of creation and destruction. Modern research into ancient civilizations has revealed that the development of human society was far more complex than once believed. We now know that sophisticated cultures existed much earlier than previously thought, and that climate change at the end of the Ice Age did indeed destroy many early settlements. While this doesn't prove that Atlantis existed, it does make Plato's story seem less fantastical than it once did. The search for Atlantis has taken researchers to locations around the globe. Some have argued for sites in the Mediterranean, others in the Atlantic, and still others in locations as far-flung as Antarctica or the Caribbean. Each proposed location has its advocates and its evidence, but none has provided the definitive proof that would settle the question once and for all. Perhaps the most reasonable interpretation is that Atlantis represents a combination of historical memory and philosophical allegory. Plato may have drawn on real knowledge about ancient catastrophes and lost civilizations, but shaped this material into a story that served his philosophical purposes. The result is a narrative that feels historically plausible while functioning as a powerful allegory about the rise and fall of civilizations. In the end, the question of whether Atlantis was real or fictional may be less important than what the story tells us about human nature and our relationship with the past. Whether Plato was describing a real civilization or inventing one for philosophical purposes, the story of Atlantis continues to resonate because it speaks to fundamental truths about power, corruption, and the fragility of human achievements. The mystery of Atlantis forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about our own civilization. Like the Atlanteans in Plato's story, we live in an age of unprecedented technological power and material wealth. We have reshaped the planet to suit our needs, but we have also created new forms of environmental and social instability. The warning embedded in the Atlantis story, that even the greatest civilizations can fall if they abandon wisdom and virtue, remains as relevant today as it was in Plato's time. Whether Atlantis ever existed as a physical place, its significance as a symbol endures. It represents both the heights of human achievement and the depths of human folly, serving as a reminder that no civilization, no matter how advanced, is immune to the forces of change and decay. In our search for Atlantis, we are really searching for answers about ourselves and our place in the great cycles of history. Hidden away in the dusty archives of Istanbul's Topkapi Palace, tucked between forgotten Ottoman documents and crumbling manuscripts, lay one of history's most perplexing mysteries. For centuries, it remained unnoticed, just another old map among thousands of others. But when German theologian Gustav Dahlmann discovered it in 1929, he uncovered something that would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient knowledge and exploration. The map was the work of Piri Reis, an Ottoman admiral, navigator, and cartographer who created it in 1513. At first glance, it appeared to be a typical early 16th century world map, showing the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and the newly discovered Americas. But as researchers studied it more closely, they realized they were looking at something extraordinary, something that shouldn't have been possible given the knowledge available at the time. What made the Piri Reis map so controversial was a particular landmass drawn along its southern edge. Many researchers believe this landmass represents Antarctica, yet there's a fundamental problem with this interpretation. Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after Piri Reis created his map. Even more puzzling, the landmass appears to show detailed coastlines and topographical features, as if it had been mapped when it was free of ice, not covered by the miles-thick ice sheet we know today. To understand why this is so significant, we need to consider what modern geological science tells us about Antarctica's history. According to current research, Antarctica may have been ice-free as recently as 6,000 years ago, though some estimates push this date back much further, to around 15,000 years ago or more. During these ice-free periods, the continent would have had a temperate climate, with rivers, forests, and coastlines that could theoretically be mapped by ancient navigators. But here's where the mystery deepens. 6,000 years ago, human civilization was supposedly in its infancy. The earliest known cities were just being established in Mesopotamia, writing systems were still being developed, and most of humanity lived in small nomadic groups. The idea that any civilization at that time had the maritime technology and organizational capability to explore and accurately map Antarctica seems impossible according to conventional archaeology and history. Yet Piri Reis himself provided some clues about how he created his remarkable map. In handwritten notes scattered around the margins of the map, he explained that his work was not entirely original. Instead, he claimed to have compiled it from multiple older sources, some of which dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. He specifically mentioned using maps taken from 20 ancient charts and 8 newer maps created by Arab and Hindu navigators. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if Piri Reis had access to knowledge that had been passed down from much older civilizations, societies with maritime capabilities far beyond what we previously believed possible? What if fragments of ancient geographical knowledge had survived the collapse of earlier cultures, preserved in the libraries and archives of successive civilizations, until they eventually found their way into Renaissance-era maps? The idea becomes more intriguing when we consider that the Piri Reis map is not unique. Other medieval and Renaissance maps, such as the Orontius Phineus map from 1531 and the Mercator map from 1569, also appear to show Antarctica with surprising accuracy. The Orontius Phineus map is particularly striking because it depicts the continent as roughly the correct size and shape, with mountain ranges and rivers marked in detail. How could multiple cartographers, working independently and centuries apart, all have created such similar depictions of a continent that supposedly hadn't been discovered yet? Some researchers argue that these maps provide evidence of a lost civilization, an advanced culture that existed thousands of years ago and possessed sophisticated knowledge of geography and navigation. This hypothetical civilization might have mapped the entire world during a period when Antarctica was ice-free and accessible to ships. When this civilization disappeared, perhaps due to a global catastrophe or climate change, most of their knowledge was lost, but fragments survived in the form of ancient maps and charts that were copied and recopied by later cultures. The timing of Antarctica's ice-free period coincides intriguously with other mysteries from the ancient world. Around 12,800 years ago, Earth experienced a period of rapid climate change known as the Younger Dryas. This period saw dramatic temperature fluctuations, rising sea levels, and what some researchers believe may have been a cosmic impact event that triggered massive environmental changes. If an advanced civilization existed before this period, such catastrophic changes could explain both their disappearance and the loss of most evidence of their achievements. Archaeological evidence for very ancient civilizations is admittedly thin, but there are tantalizing hints that human society may have been more advanced in the distant past than commonly believed. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which dates back over 11,000 years, demonstrate that our ancestors were capable of complex construction projects and sophisticated social organization much earlier than previously thought. If they could build massive stone temples, might they also have possessed advanced maritime technology? The possibility becomes more plausible when we consider that much of the evidence for ancient maritime civilizations would now be underwater. At the end of the last ice age, sea levels rose by more than 300 feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastal settlements that may have been quite advanced for their time would have been completely submerged, leaving little trace of their existence. Only in recent decades have underwater archaeologists begun to discover the remains of sophisticated settlements on what was once dry land. But there are other possible explanations for the apparent depiction of Antarctica on these ancient maps. Some scholars argue that what appears to be Antarctica is actually a misrepresentation of South America. 16th century cartographers often distorted coastlines because they were working from incomplete information, combining sketchy reports from explorers with older maps of questionable accuracy. Parts of continents were sometimes stretched, compressed, or duplicated to fill in the gaps in geographical knowledge, Another possibility is that early navigators, possibly from Phoenician, Chinese, or even pre-Columbian European civilizations, traveled much farther south than historical records acknowledge. While they may not have reached Antarctica itself, they might have encountered large icebergs or glimpsed the continent from a distance, leading to vague reports that were later incorporated into maps. These fragmentary accounts could have been embellished over time, eventually creating the impression of detailed geographical knowledge where none actually existed. There's also the question of how information was transmitted across cultures and time periods. Ancient knowledge wasn't always recorded in writing. Much of it was passed down through oral traditions, song, and ritual. Important geographical information could have been preserved in forms that we might not immediately recognize as maps or navigational aids. The Aboriginal songlines of Australia, for example, contain detailed geographical and navigational information encoded in seemingly mythical stories and chants. The role of Islamic scholars in preserving and transmitting ancient knowledge cannot be overlooked. During the medieval period, Islamic libraries and universities served as repositories for texts from Greek, Roman, Persian, Indian, and other ancient sources. Many classical works survived only because they were translated into Arabic and preserved in Islamic centers of learning. It's entirely possible that Piri Reis had access to ancient geographical texts that have since been lost, giving him knowledge that seems impossible for his time. Trade networks in the ancient world were also far more extensive than commonly realized. Archaeological evidence shows that goods and ideas traveled vast distances in antiquity, with trade routes connecting civilizations across continents and oceans. Along with commodities, these networks also carried information, including geographical knowledge. A map created in one part of the world could potentially incorporate information gathered from explorers and traders who had traveled to the most distant corners of the Earth. The question of how ancient peoples might have accurately mapped Antarctica also depends on the methods they used. Modern cartography relies heavily on precise measurement and mathematical projection, but ancient navigators developed other techniques that could be remarkably accurate under the right conditions. Polynesian navigators, for example, could find tiny islands in the vast Pacific Ocean using only their knowledge of stars, currents, and wave patterns. Similar techniques, refined over generations, might have allowed ancient mariners to create surprisingly accurate maps even without modern instruments. Climate conditions during the ice-free period in Antarctica would also have been very different from today. Without its ice cap, the continent would have had a much milder climate, possibly similar to modern-day Patagonia or New Zealand. Rivers would have flowed to the sea, creating harbors and landmarks that could serve as reference points for navigators. A civilization with sufficient maritime technology might have found it no more difficult to explore Antarctica than any other temperate coastline. But we must also consider the possibility that the apparent accuracy of these ancient maps is partly coincidental. When dealing with incomplete and distorted geographical information, it's possible for cartographers to accidentally create maps that superficially resemble real places. The human tendency to see patterns where none exist might lead us to interpret vague coastlines and landmasses as accurate depictions of specific continents, when they are actually products of geographical guesswork and artistic license. The story becomes even more complex when we examine the specific details shown on these maps. The Piri Reis map appears to show not just the outline of Antarctica, but also internal features such as mountain ranges and valleys. Some researchers have compared these features to modern maps of the continent created using ground-penetrating radar to see through the ice sheet. The similarities are striking, but critics argue that any random collection of lines and curves could be interpreted as matching some geographical feature if examined selectively enough. There's also the question of preservation. If ancient civilizations did possess detailed knowledge of Antarctica, How did this information survive through thousands of years and multiple civilizations? Written records are fragile, and most ancient texts have been lost to time, fire, war, and decay. For geographical knowledge to persist across such vast periods, it would need to have been considered extremely valuable and carefully preserved by successive cultures. The medieval Islamic world did indeed place great value on geographical knowledge, and Islamic scholars made significant contributions to cartography and navigation. The works of geographers like Al-Idrisi and Ibn Battuta demonstrate the sophisticated understanding of world geography that existed in the Islamic world during the medieval period. It's conceivable that these scholars had access to ancient sources that contained remnants of much older geographical knowledge. Religious and mythological traditions might also have played a role in preserving ancient geographical knowledge. Many cultures have legends of distant lands beyond the known world, often described in terms that modern researchers interpret as purely mythical. But what if some of these stories preserved actual memories of real places that had been visited by ancient explorers? The line between myth and history is often blurrier than we might expect, especially when dealing with very ancient traditions. The implications of accurate ancient maps of Antarctica extend far beyond simple geographical curiosity. If such maps are genuine, they would suggest that human civilization has been far more advanced and far older than currently believed. This would require a complete revision of our understanding of human history, archaeology, and the development of technology and knowledge. But even if the maps are not accurate depictions of Antarctica, they still represent a fascinating window into how geographical knowledge was created, preserved, and transmitted in the ancient and medieval worlds. They remind us that our ancestors were far more curious and capable than we often give them credit for, and that the boundaries between the known and unknown world were constantly shifting as new discoveries were made and old knowledge was rediscovered. The mystery of these ancient maps also highlights the gaps in our own historical knowledge. Despite centuries of archaeological research, there is still much we don't know about ancient civilizations and their capabilities. New discoveries are constantly forcing us to revise our assumptions about the past, and it's entirely possible that future finds will shed new light on the question of ancient geographical knowledge. Whether these maps represent genuine ancient wisdom or simply the creative interpretation of incomplete information, they continue to captivate researchers and the public alike. They remind us that the past is full of mysteries waiting to be solved, and that our understanding of human history is still evolving. In our quest to understand how ancient peoples might have known about Antarctica, we are really exploring the broader question of what our ancestors knew and how that knowledge was preserved across the vast expanse of time. The search for answers continues, with each new archaeological discovery and each advance in our understanding of ancient civilizations bringing us closer to solving these enduring mysteries. Until then, the ancient maps remain as enigmatic as ever, silent witnesses to knowledge that may have been lost to time or perhaps never existed at all. Deep in the ancient libraries of Mesopotamia, carved into clay tablets thousands of years ago, lies one of history's most puzzling documents. The Sumerian king list reads like something from a fantasy novel, yet it was created by one of humanity's first civilizations as a serious historical record. This isn't just any ancient text. It's a chronological account of rulers who supposedly governed the earliest cities on Earth. But here's where it gets strange. According to this list, some of these kings didn't rule for decades or even centuries. They ruled for tens of thousands of years. Imagine opening a history book and reading that a single king ruled for 30,000 years. Your first instinct would probably be to dismiss it as mythology, yet the Sumerian king list presents these impossibly long reigns alongside historically verified rulers whose existence we can confirm through other sources. This creates a fascinating puzzle that has baffled scholars for over a century. Why would the Sumerians, who were meticulous record keepers and practical people, include such fantastical claims in what appears to be their official history. The tablet itself was first discovered in the early 1900s, though copies and fragments have been found scattered across ancient Mesopotamian sites. Written in cuneiform script, the wedge-shaped writing system that the Sumerians pioneered, it begins with a simple yet extraordinary claim. Before the Great Flood swept over the earth, kingship descended from heaven, and the first kings ruled for impossibly long periods. The list starts with Ululim, who, according to the tablet, ruled the city of Eridu for 28,800 years. Think about that for a moment. If we took this literally, his reign would have begun before the last ice age ended. Following Ululim was Alaungar, who supposedly ruled for 36,000 years. The numbers continue in this vein, with each antediluvian king governing for tens of thousands of years, creating a timeline that stretches human civilization back far beyond what mainstream archaeology accepts. But here's what makes this document so intriguing. After describing the flood, the same tablet suddenly becomes much more reasonable. Post-flood kings are credited with reigns of hundreds of years, then dozens, and eventually numbers that align with what we might expect from historical rulers. It's as if the Sumerians were documenting two completely different eras of human history, separated by some catastrophic event that fundamentally changed the nature of kingship itself. Scholars have proposed various explanations for these astronomical numbers, and each theory opens up its own set of mysteries. The most conventional interpretation suggests that the long reigns are symbolic rather than literal. Perhaps each king actually represents an entire dynasty or a succession of rulers sharing the same name. Under this theory, when the list claims Ululim ruled for 28,000 years, it might mean that rulers bearing that name or title governed Eridu for that entire period. This explanation has merit, but it raises its own questions. If the Sumerians were capable of such symbolic thinking, why did they abandon it so completely after the flood? Why do post-flood reigns suddenly become much more realistic? And why would they choose such specific, enormous numbers rather than round figures if they were being symbolic? Another theory suggests that the Sumerians were using a different calendar system for their antediluvian kings, perhaps counting months or seasons as years. If we divide some of these reigns by 12, turning years into months, the numbers become more manageable, though still extraordinarily long by human standards. Ululim's 28,000-year reign would become about 2,300 years, which is still impossibly long for a single ruler, but might represent a more reasonable time span for a dynasty or cultural period. Yet this explanation also has problems. The Sumerians were sophisticated mathematicians and astronomers. They understood the concept of years as we do, based on the Earth's orbit around the Sun. Why would they use one system for early kings and switch to another for later ones? And even if we accept the calendar conversion theory, we're still left with individual reigns lasting thousands of years, far beyond any human lifespan. Some researchers have proposed that the king list might be recording actual historical information, but from a time when human lifespans were dramatically different than they are today. This theory, while controversial, suggests that environmental conditions in the distant past allowed for much longer lives. Perhaps the atmosphere was different, or the Earth's magnetic field provided better protection from cosmic radiation. Maybe early humans had access to knowledge or resources that prolonged life in ways we can't imagine. This idea might sound far-fetched, but it's worth noting that many ancient cultures share similar traditions of extremely long-lived ancestors. The Hebrew Bible describes pre-flood patriarchs living for hundreds of years. Ancient Egyptian records speak of gods and semi-divine rulers with impossibly long reigns. Hindu texts describe yugas or ages where human lifespans were measured in thousands of years. Could all of these traditions be dim memories of an actual historical period when humans lived much longer? The flood narrative that divides the king list adds another layer of mystery. The Sumerians weren't the only culture to preserve memories of a great deluge. Flood myths appear in cultures around the world, from the biblical account of Noah to Native American traditions of world-destroying waters. Many of these stories share similar details: a righteous man warned by the gods, animals saved on a boat, and humanity starting fresh after the waters recede. Archaeological evidence has revealed that massive flooding events did occur in Mesopotamia throughout history. The region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers was particularly susceptible to catastrophic floods that could devastate entire cities. Some researchers suggest that one particularly severe flood around 7,000 years ago might have inspired the flood narratives found in Sumerian, Babylonian, and Hebrew texts. But the king list seems to suggest something more than a local flood. The way it divides human history into before and after periods implies a global catastrophe that fundamentally changed the nature of human civilization. Before the flood, kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. After the flood, human lifespans and reigns became drastically shorter. This suggests not just a physical disaster, but a fundamental change in the human condition itself. Some alternative researchers propose that the antediluvian kings weren't human at all, but members of an advanced civilization that ruled over early humanity. In this interpretation, the impossibly long reigns make sense because these rulers weren't subject to normal human limitations. They might have been members of a technologically advanced society, perhaps even extraterrestrial visitors, who governed human settlements for thousands of years before being wiped out by a global catastrophe. This theory, while speculative, attempts to reconcile the king list with other mysterious aspects of ancient Mesopotamian culture. The Sumerians emerged seemingly from nowhere around 5,000 years ago, with a fully developed civilization complete with writing, mathematics, astronomy, and complex social structures. They claim their knowledge came directly from divine beings called the Anunnaki, who descended from the heavens to teach humanity the arts of civilization. The Sumerian creation myths describe these Anunnaki as playing active roles in human affairs, ruling as kings and intermarrying with humans. Could the antediluvian kings in the king list represent memories of this divine rulership? If so, their impossibly long reigns might reflect not human lifespans, but the extended presence of these non-human rulers on Earth. Another intriguing aspect of the king list is its precision. These aren't round numbers or obvious exaggerations. Elulem's reign of 28,800 years is oddly specific, as is Alaunger's 36,000-year rule. If the Sumerians were simply making up mythical histories, why choose such precise, unwieldy numbers? The specificity suggests they were recording information they believed to be accurate, even if we can't understand the system they were using. The mathematical relationships between some of these numbers have also caught researchers' attention. Some of the reigns appear to follow patterns based on Sumerian mathematical principles, suggesting they might encode astronomical or calendrical information rather than simple chronological data. The Sumerians were accomplished astronomers who tracked celestial cycles with remarkable precision. Perhaps the king list preserves ancient astronomical observations disguised as royal chronologies. The transition point in the king list, where impossibly long reigns give way to more reasonable numbers, might mark a significant change in Sumerian record-keeping, or even in human consciousness itself. Some researchers suggest this could represent the shift from oral to written tradition. Before writing was invented, historical information was preserved through oral tradition, which might have used symbolic or metaphorical time periods. Once writing developed, record-keeping became more literal and precise. But this explanation doesn't fully account for the Sumerians' sophisticated understanding of time. They had complex calendar systems and were capable of precise astronomical calculations. They understood the difference between literal and symbolic representation. Why would they preserve obviously symbolic information alongside literal historical records without some form of explanation or distinction? The cultural context of the king list adds another dimension to the mystery. The Sumerians lived in a world where the boundary between human and divine was much more fluid than in our modern understanding. Their kings weren't just political rulers. They were considered intermediaries between the human and divine realms. In this context, impossibly long reigns might reflect not just the passage of time, but the king's participation in divine time, which operates according to different principles than human time. This concept appears in many ancient cultures. Egyptian pharaohs were considered divine beings whose reigns connected earthly time with eternal time. Hindu concepts of cosmic cycles describe vast periods where divine beings rule over earthly affairs. Perhaps the antediluvian kings in the Sumerian list represent a similar concept, rulers who participated in cosmic rather than merely human time. The archaeological record adds both support and challenges to the king list's claims. While we haven't found evidence of individual humans living for thousands of years, we have discovered that Sumerian civilization was far more ancient and sophisticated than previously thought. Recent excavations have pushed back the dates for early Mesopotamian settlements, and we've found evidence of complex societies existing much earlier than the king list suggests. Sites like Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which predates Sumerian civilization by thousands of years, demonstrate that humans were capable of remarkable achievements much earlier than mainstream archaeology once believed. If early humans could construct massive temple complexes 12,000 years ago, perhaps they were also capable of preserving historical records across much longer time periods than we've assumed. The king list might represent a compressed version of a much longer oral tradition, one that preserved memories of events and rulers from the distant past. In this interpretation, the impossibly long reigns might be a way of encoding the vast spans of time that separate us from humanity's earliest civilizations. Rather than literal lifespans, they might represent cultural epochs or the duration of particular traditions and knowledge systems. Some researchers have noticed connections between the king list and other ancient chronologies from around the world. Egyptian king lists also contain impossibly long reigns for their earliest rulers, and Hindu Puranas describe cosmic cycles lasting millions of years. These parallel traditions might preserve fragments of a shared human memory of our species' deep history, a time when civilization was organized according to principles we no longer understand. The flood that divides the king list continues to intrigue researchers because it aligns with geological evidence for major climatic changes at the end of the last ice age. Around 11,700 years ago, the Earth experienced a sudden return to ice age conditions known as the Younger Dryas period. This climatic event was followed by rapid warming and rising sea levels that would have caused massive flooding in coastal areas around the world. Could the antediluvian kings represent memories of civilizations that existed before this climatic catastrophe? If advanced human societies existed during the Ice Age, they would have been concentrated in areas that are now underwater due to post-glacial sea level rise. The ruins of these civilizations would be buried beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water, making them extremely difficult to discover and study. This possibility has led some researchers to propose that the king list preserves memories of a lost Ice Age civilization, one that achieved levels of sophistication that wouldn't be reached again until much later in human history. The impossibly long reigns might reflect the stability and longevity of this lost civilization, which endured for thousands of years before being destroyed by the climatic catastrophe that ended the Ice Age. Recent discoveries in archaeology and genetics have revealed that human history is far more complex than previously thought. We now know that our species has existed for over 200,000 years, and that we've been capable of sophisticated behavior for much longer than once believed. If anatomically modern humans existed for tens of thousands of years before developing agriculture and cities, what were they doing during all that time? The king list might offer clues to this mystery. Perhaps the antediluvian period it describes represents a time when human society was organized in ways that left few archaeological traces. Maybe these early kings ruled over nomadic or semi-nomadic populations that didn't build permanent structures, but maintained complex social and political systems across vast periods of time. The precision of Sumerian record-keeping in other areas lends credibility to the idea that the king list preserves genuine historical information, even if we don't understand the system being used. The Sumerians kept detailed records of everything from business transactions to astronomical observations. They were practical people who valued accurate information. It seems unlikely that they would create an entirely fictional king list and present it as historical fact. Yet we're left with the puzzle of how to interpret reigns that last for tens of thousands of years. Every explanation proposed so far has problems, whether it's the symbolic interpretation, the calendar conversion theory, the dynastic theory, or more speculative ideas about non-human rulers or lost civilizations. Perhaps the answer lies in a combination of these factors, or in possibilities we haven't yet considered. The king list forces us to confront the limitations of our understanding of ancient history. We tend to assume that human civilization has followed a linear progression from simple to complex, from short-lived to long-lasting institutions. But what if human history has been more cyclical, with periods of advancement followed by collapse and renewal? What if the antediluvian kings represent memories of a time when human society was organized according to principles we've forgotten? As we continue to discover evidence of sophisticated ancient cultures like Göbekli Tepe, the Sumerian king list becomes more intriguing rather than less. It suggests that the dawn of human civilization was far more complex and mysterious than we've assumed, and that our ancestors might have preserved memories of that complexity in ways we're only beginning to understand. In the rolling hills of southeastern Turkey, beneath layers of earth that have hidden secrets for millennia, lies what might be humanity's greatest archaeological mystery. Göbekli Tepe challenges everything we thought we knew about the dawn of civilization, but its most intriguing aspect might be its possible connection to one of humanity's most persistent legends, the Great Flood that appears in cultures around the world. This isn't just another ancient site. Göbekli Tepe is older than Stonehenge, older than the pyramids, older than the first cities. It predates agriculture itself, which means it was built by people who weren't supposed to be capable of such monumental construction. But what makes it even more mysterious is its timeline. Built around 11,600 years ago, and then deliberately buried around 10,000 years ago, Göbekli Tepe's lifespan coincides almost perfectly with one of the most dramatic climatic events in human history. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe reads like an adventure novel. In 1963, archaeologists conducting a survey in southeastern Turkey noticed strange carved stones scattered across a hill that locals called Potbelly Hill, or Göbekli Tepe in Turkish. At the time, they assumed these were medieval grave markers and noted the site for future investigation. It wasn't until the 1990s that German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt recognized what they had actually found. Schmidt spent the next 2 decades excavating the site, and with each season, the discoveries became more astounding. Rising from the earth were massive circular enclosures, each containing enormous limestone pillars arranged in precise patterns. Some of these pillars stand nearly 20 feet tall and weigh up to 20 tons. But their size wasn't the most remarkable thing about them. Carved into the stone were intricate reliefs of animals, symbols, and abstract designs executed with a level of skill that shouldn't have existed 12,000 years ago. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Foxes, wild boars, snakes, scorpions, and birds of prey dance across the stone surfaces in flowing, naturalistic poses. Some pillars feature human-like arms and hands carved in relief, as if the stones themselves were meant to represent towering figures. Others display complex geometric patterns and symbols whose meanings remain completely unknown. This wasn't primitive art scratched into rock by nomadic hunter-gatherers. This was sophisticated sculpture created by master craftsmen. But here's what makes Göbekli Tepe so puzzling from a historical perspective. According to everything we thought we knew about human development, the people who built this site shouldn't have existed. 12,000 years ago, humans were supposed to be living in small, mobile bands, following herds of animals and gathering wild plants. They didn't have permanent settlements, they didn't have agriculture, and they certainly didn't have the social organization necessary to coordinate massive construction projects. Yet Göbekli Tepe required exactly that kind of coordination. Building these enclosures would have required hundreds of workers laboring for months or even years. The stone had to be quarried from nearby outcrops, shaped using only stone tools, and then somehow transported and erected. The largest pillars weigh as much as 4 elephants. Moving them would have required sophisticated knowledge of leverage, probably wooden rollers or sledges, and coordinated teams of dozens of people. The site's layout adds another layer of mystery. Unlike later temple complexes, Göbekli Tepe shows no evidence of permanent habitation. There are no houses, no kitchens, no storage areas, no signs of daily life. It appears to have been built purely for ceremonial purposes, a place people traveled to from elsewhere for rituals and gatherings we can only imagine. This suggests that even 12,000 years ago, humans had developed concepts of sacred space and organized religion. The animal carvings provide tantalizing clues about the site's purpose and the people who built it. Many of the creatures depicted were dangerous predators: lions, bears, wild boars, venomous snakes, and scorpions. Some appear to be attacking or threatening human figures. This has led some researchers to suggest that Göbekli Tepe was built to commemorate humanity's struggle against the wild, dangerous world of the Paleolithic period. Others interpret the animal imagery differently. The creatures might represent totems or spiritual guides, symbols of power and protection rather than threats. The fact that they're carved with such care and artistry suggests they held positive rather than negative meanings for the site's builders. Perhaps each enclosure was dedicated to different animal spirits, or the various creatures represented different aspects of the natural world that early humans sought to understand and honor. The timeline of Göbekli Tepe's construction and abandonment is crucial to understanding its potential connection to flood narratives. The site was built around 11,600 years ago, during a period of relative climatic stability at the end of the last ice age. For about 1,600 years, people continued to use and modify the site, adding new enclosures and recarving existing pillars. Then, around 10,000 years ago, something changed. The site was deliberately and carefully buried. Someone decided that Göbekli Tepe needed to be hidden from the world. Tons of earth and rubble were brought in to cover the entire complex. This wasn't abandonment or natural decay. This was intentional concealment, as if the site had become too dangerous or sacred to remain accessible. Why would people bury one of their greatest achievements? The timing of this burial coincides with one of the most significant climatic events in recent geological history. Around 10,800 years ago, the Earth experienced a sudden return to near ice age conditions known as the Younger Dryas period. Global temperatures dropped dramatically, ice sheets advanced, and sea levels fell. Then, just as suddenly, the climate warmed again, ice sheets melted rapidly, and sea levels rose by hundreds of feet in a relatively short period. This climatic roller coaster would have been catastrophic for early human populations. Coastal areas where people had lived for thousands of years would have been flooded. River systems would have changed course. Weather patterns would have shifted dramatically. Entire ecosystems would have been disrupted. For people living through these changes, it would have seemed like the world was ending and beginning again. Many researchers now believe that these dramatic climatic changes at the end of the Younger Dryas period are the source of flood myths found in cultures around the world. The rising sea levels wouldn't have been a single dramatic event like the biblical flood, but rather a series of catastrophic flooding episodes that occurred over several centuries as ice dams broke and massive glacial lakes emptied into the oceans. Archaeological evidence supports this connection. Underwater archaeology has revealed numerous sites along coastlines around the world that were once above sea level but are now submerged. These include structures, tools, and other signs of human habitation that date to the period when sea levels were much lower. As the ice melted, these coastal settlements would have been gradually or suddenly inundated, forcing their inhabitants to flee to higher ground. In this context, Göbekli Tepe's burial begins to make sense. If the site's builders experienced catastrophic flooding and climatic change, they might have interpreted these events as divine punishment or cosmic upheaval. Perhaps they believed their great temple had somehow caused or contributed to the disaster. Or maybe they wanted to preserve it for future generations, burying it like a time capsule until the world was ready for its secrets to be revealed again. The site's location adds weight to this theory. Southeastern Turkey is part of the Fertile Crescent, the region where agriculture was first developed. Recent research suggests that the end of the Younger Dryas period wasn't just marked by climatic change, but also by the beginning of systematic farming. The same communities that buried Göbekli Tepe were also the first to domesticate wheat, barley, and other crops that would become the foundation of human civilization. This transition from hunter-gatherer to agricultural society was one of the most important developments in human history, but it wasn't necessarily voluntary. The climatic changes that ended the Ice Age would have disrupted the wild ecosystems that hunter-gatherers depended on. Animals would have migrated to new territories, wild plants would have disappeared from traditional gathering areas, and reliable water sources would have changed location. Faced with these challenges, human groups would have been forced to find new ways of obtaining food. Those who had been experimenting with caring for wild plants might have intensified their efforts, eventually developing true agriculture. In this scenario, farming wasn't an invention so much as a survival strategy, a response to environmental crisis that fundamentally changed how humans lived. The burial of Göbekli Tepe might mark this transition. The site represents the old world, the hunter-gatherer society that created it. As that world disappeared beneath rising seas and changing climates, the people might have ritually buried their greatest monument to mark the end of one age and the beginning of another. The fact that they never returned to uncover it suggests that the change was complete and permanent. But there's another possibility that's even more intriguing. What if Göbekli Tepe was built specifically in response to the climatic catastrophe? What if the site's builders had somehow predicted or witnessed the beginnings of the disaster and constructed their monument as a response to it? This might explain the site's apparently religious or ceremonial function. Perhaps it was built as a place to pray for protection, to perform rituals meant to appease angry gods, or to preserve important knowledge for future generations. The carved pillars might encode information about the disaster and how to survive it. The animal imagery could represent different aspects of environmental change: predators forced from their territories by shifting climates, seasonal patterns disrupted by temperature changes, or the struggle between humans and an increasingly hostile natural world. The abstract symbols might be early forms of writing, preserving technical knowledge about astronomy, calendar keeping, or survival strategies. Recent discoveries at Göbekli Tepe have revealed evidence of sophisticated astronomical knowledge. Some researchers believe the pillars were arranged to track the movements of stars and constellations, particularly those that would have been visible during the site's period of use. If true, this suggests that the builders understood celestial cycles and might have been tracking long-term astronomical patterns. This astronomical knowledge becomes significant when we consider theories about what might have caused the Younger Dryas climatic event. Some researchers propose that a comet impact or series of impacts around 12,800 years ago triggered the sudden return to Ice Age conditions. Others suggest that changes in Earth's orbit or solar activity might have been responsible. If the builders of Göbekli Tepe were tracking astronomical events, they might have witnessed whatever cosmic trigger set off the climatic disaster. The possibility that Göbekli Tepe preserves evidence of cosmic catastrophe has attracted attention from researchers studying what's known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. This controversial theory suggests that a fragmented comet struck Earth around 12,800 years ago, causing massive wildfires, changing atmospheric conditions, and triggering the return to Ice Age conditions. While the evidence for this impact remains debated, supporters point to unusual materials found in geological layers from this time period, including microscopic diamonds and spherules that might have formed during a high-energy impact event. If such an impact occurred, it would have been visible to human populations across much of the northern hemisphere. The effects would have been immediate and terrifying: massive explosions in the sky, widespread fires, dramatic temperature changes, and eventual flooding as climate patterns shifted. Survivors of such an event might well have built monuments to commemorate it and preserve knowledge about it for future generations. The deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe around 10,000 years ago might mark not just the end of the site's active use, but the end of the disaster period itself. As climate stabilized and sea levels stopped rising, the urgent need to maintain disaster-related rituals and knowledge might have diminished. Rather than simply abandoning the site, the final users might have chosen to bury it ceremonially, marking the transition from crisis to recovery. This interpretation suggests that Göbekli Tepe might be humanity's earliest disaster memorial, built to commemorate and understand a global catastrophe that nearly destroyed our species. The sophisticated artistry and massive scale of the construction would reflect not just the importance of the site, but the desperation of people trying to make sense of a world turned upside down by forces beyond their understanding. The implications of this theory extend far beyond Göbekli Tepe itself. If the site was indeed built in response to global catastrophe, it suggests that early humans were far more capable of complex thinking and long-term planning than we've assumed. They weren't just surviving day to day, but actively trying to understand and respond to changes in their environment on a global scale. Moreover, if Göbekli Tepe preserves knowledge about prehistoric disasters, it might contain information that's relevant to understanding similar risks today. The carved symbols and astronomical alignments might encode observations about cosmic threats, climatic patterns, or survival strategies that could inform modern disaster preparedness efforts. The site's connection to the development of agriculture also takes on new significance in this context. If farming developed as a response to environmental crisis rather than as a natural progression of human culture, it suggests that our species has always been capable of rapid adaptation when faced with existential threats. The same communities that built Göbekli Tepe also invented the agricultural techniques that allowed human civilization to flourish. Recent excavations at Göbekli Tepe continue to reveal new mysteries. Ground-penetrating radar has detected numerous additional structures still buried beneath the hill, suggesting that the site is much larger than initially thought. Some estimates suggest that less than 5% of the complex has been excavated so far. Each new discovery adds to our understanding of the site's complexity and the sophistication of its builders. One of the most intriguing recent findings is evidence of acoustic properties built into the site's design. The arrangement of pillars and enclosures creates unique sound effects, amplifying voices and creating resonances at specific frequencies. This suggests that sound and music played important roles in whatever rituals took place there. Perhaps the site was designed as a kind of ancient amphitheater where stories, songs, or warnings about the great disaster could be preserved and transmitted to future generations. The preservation of flood narratives in cultures around the world supports the idea that Göbekli Tepe might be connected to actual historical events rather than purely mythological concepts. From the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story of Noah, from Hindu Puranas to Native American traditions, Cultures across the globe preserve memories of world-destroying floods followed by renewal and regeneration. These stories share remarkable similarities despite developing in isolation from each other. A righteous man receives divine warning about coming disaster. He builds some form of vessel or refuge and saves representatives of human and animal life. After the flood, the world is renewed and humanity starts fresh with new knowledge or divine guidance. The consistency of these elements across cultures suggests they might preserve memories of actual historical events rather than purely symbolic or mythological concepts. If Göbekli Tepe was built during or shortly after such a global disaster, it might represent one of the earliest attempts by human beings to create a permanent record of their experience. The site's apparent function as a ceremonial center suggests it was a place where communities gathered to share knowledge, perform rituals, and maintain cultural continuity across generations. In a world devastated by climate change and flooding, such gathering places would have been crucial for survival and recovery. The fact that the site was eventually buried rather than simply abandoned suggests that its builders understood something about preservation that we're only now beginning to appreciate. By carefully covering the structures with earth, they protected the carved pillars from weathering and damage that would have occurred if they had been left exposed. In effect, they created a time capsule that preserved their achievement for future discovery. This raises profound questions about what the builders of Göbekli Tepe knew about the future. Did they expect their civilization to disappear? Were they consciously preserving information for a future generation that might be better equipped to understand it? The careful nature of the burial suggests intentional preservation rather than simple abandonment, but the fact that they never returned to uncover the site remains mysterious. As we continue to excavate and study Göbekli Tepe, we're forced to reconsider fundamental assumptions about human history and capability. The site demonstrates that our ancestors 12,000 years ago were capable of complex planning, sophisticated artistry, and coordinated group effort on a massive scale. They had developed concepts of sacred space, astronomical observation, and long-term cultural preservation that we're only now beginning to fully appreciate. Whether or not Göbekli Tepe was built in direct response to a global flood, its existence proves that human civilization is far older and more complex than we once believed. The site stands as testament to our species' remarkable ability to create meaning and beauty, even in the face of existential challenges, and to preserve that creation for future generations to discover and wonder at. The mystery of Göbekli Tepe continues to unfold with each archaeological season, and each new discovery adds to our understanding of humanity's deep past. But perhaps the site's greatest lesson is that our ancestors were not so different from us. Faced with a changing and dangerous world, they responded by creating something beautiful and lasting, something that would speak across thousands of years to tell us that we are not alone in our struggle to understand our place in the cosmos. Deep in the heart of Egypt's ancient records lies a mystery that has puzzled researchers for generations. The Egyptians themselves spoke of a time before their recorded history began, a golden age they called Zep Tepi, meaning the first time. This wasn't just mythology or religious symbolism to them. It was history, passed down through their most sacred texts and carved into their temple walls with the same precision they used to record the reigns of pharaohs and the movements of stars. But what exactly was Zep Tepi? According to Egyptian tradition, it was an era when gods walked among humans, when divine beings ruled directly over the Nile Valley. The ancient texts describe this as a time of perfect harmony, advanced knowledge, and incredible achievements that would make even our modern world pause in wonder. The question that haunts archaeologists today is simple yet profound. Was Zep Tepi just elaborate mythology, or does it preserve memories of something real, something that happened long before the first dynasty of pharaohs ever took the throne? The earliest Egyptian king lists, particularly the Turin Papyrus and the writings of Manetho, an Egyptian priest who compiled histories for the Greeks, tell us that before the human pharaohs ruled Egypt, there were divine dynasties. These weren't metaphorical rulers or symbolic representations of natural forces. They were described as actual beings who governed Egypt for thousands upon thousands of years. The Palermo stone, one of our oldest Egyptian historical records, begins its chronology not with the first human king, but with these divine predecessors. Manetho's account is particularly intriguing. He describes a period when the gods themselves ruled for a total of 13,900 years. After them came a dynasty of demigods and spirits of the dead, who ruled for another 11,025 years. Only then, according to his records, did human pharaohs begin their reign. If we take these numbers at face value, it would place the beginning of divine rule somewhere around 15,000 years ago, well into the last ice age and long before conventional archaeology says complex civilization was possible. The Temple of Edfu in Upper Egypt contains some of the most detailed accounts of Zep-Tepi. These inscriptions, known as the Edfu texts, describe how divine beings called the Neteru arrived in Egypt and established the first sacred sites. They speak of these beings as having profound knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. The texts describe how they created the first temples, established the sacred measurements that would be used in all future construction, and laid down the principles of Mad, the cosmic order that would govern Egyptian civilization for millennia. What makes these accounts so compelling is their consistency. From the earliest dynastic periods through the Ptolemaic era, Egyptian sources maintain the same basic story. There was a first time when divine beings ruled, and this period was characterized by knowledge and achievements that surpassed anything that came after. The Egyptians didn't view this as primitive mythology. To them, it was the foundation of everything they knew about proper governance, architecture, and spiritual practice. The pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious writings in the world, make repeated references to Zep-Tepi. These ancient inscriptions, found carved into the walls of Old Kingdom pyramids, speak of the pharaoh's journey to join the gods in the afterlife as a return to the conditions of the first time. They describe a place where the deceased king would rule alongside the original divine beings, suggesting that Zep-Tepi wasn't just historical, but represented an ideal state of existence. But here's where the mystery deepens. If Zep-Tepi was purely mythological, why do so many Egyptian achievements seem to reference knowledge that appears almost impossibly advanced for their supposed time period? The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, incorporates mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio with a precision that wasn't supposed to be known until centuries later. Its orientation to true north is more accurate than most modern buildings. The entire Giza complex appears to mirror the constellation Orion, known to the Egyptians as the soul of Osiris, one of the divine rulers of Zep-Tepi. The mystery extends beyond just the pyramids. Egyptian medical papyri describe surgical procedures and anatomical knowledge that seems remarkably advanced. The Edwin Smith papyrus details brain surgery techniques and shows an understanding of the circulatory system that wasn't officially discovered until much later in human history. The Ebers papyrus contains over 700 medical prescriptions, many of which modern research has found to be genuinely effective. Where did this knowledge come from? The Egyptians themselves said it came from Thoth, the god of wisdom who ruled during Zep-Tepi. Egyptian astronomy presents another puzzle. Their calendar was based on incredibly precise observations of stellar movements. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes over 25,000 years to complete. How could they have observed and recorded such a long cycle unless their astronomical traditions stretched back much further than we think? The Temple of Dendera contains a zodiac that shows the positions of constellations from a time period that aligns closely with what the Zep-Tepi chronology suggests. The construction techniques used in Egypt's most ancient monuments also raise questions. The precision with which massive stone blocks were cut, transported, and position defies explanation, using the tools and methods we believe were available to early dynastic Egyptians. The limestone blocks of the Great Pyramid fit together so perfectly that you can't slide a knife blade between them. The granite blocks inside the pyramid were quarried from Aswan, over 500 miles away. How were they transported with such precision that they could be fitted into place, with tolerances measured in fractions of inches? Some of Egypt's oldest structures show evidence of advanced stoneworking techniques that seem to disappear from later periods. The Osirian at Abydos, traditionally attributed to Seti I, sits on foundations that appear to be much older than the temple above. These foundations are constructed from massive granite blocks, fitted together without mortar, using techniques that don't appear in later Egyptian construction. It's as if the builders of these ancient foundations possessed knowledge that was later lost. The inventory stela, discovered at Giza, presents another intriguing piece of evidence. This ancient inscription claims that the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid were already ancient when Khufu came to power, contradicting the conventional timeline that attributes the pyramid to Khufu himself. While mainstream archaeology disputes the authenticity of this stela, it raises an uncomfortable question. What if the most famous monuments of Egypt are actually much older than we think? Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx have sparked decades of debate. Geologist Robert Skock has argued that the weathering patterns on the monument are consistent with heavy rainfall, not wind and sand erosion. Since the last period of heavy rainfall in Egypt ended around 9,000 years ago, this would place the Sphinx's construction well before the traditional date of 2500 BCE. This timing would align much more closely with the Egyptian accounts of Zep-Tepi. The ancient Egyptians themselves seem to acknowledge that their most impressive achievements were built upon even older foundations. The Westcar Papyrus tells the story of how Khufu searched for the secret chambers of Thoth, seeking the ancient knowledge needed for his own building projects. This suggests that even during the Old Kingdom, the pharaohs believed there were older sources of wisdom and technology that they were trying to rediscover and apply. Egyptian religious texts consistently describe the gods of Zep-Tepi as master builders and teachers. Ta was said to have created the world through speech and thought, but also to have established the principles of architecture and craftsmanship. Thoth was credited not only with inventing writing and mathematics, but also with designing the first temples according to cosmic principles. Osiris was remembered not just as a god of the afterlife, but as the first king who taught humans agriculture, law, and proper governance. The mystery of Zep-Tepi extends to the very foundations of Egyptian civilization itself. The transition from pre-dynastic to dynastic Egypt appears to happen almost overnight in archaeological terms. Suddenly, around 3000 BCE, we see the emergence of a fully formed civilization with sophisticated writing, monumental architecture, complex religious systems, and advanced artistic traditions. There's remarkably little evidence of gradual development. It's as if Egyptian civilization appeared fully formed, as if it was built upon foundations that were already ancient. The Abydos king list, carved during the reign of Seti I, deliberately begins with Menes, the first human pharaoh, but Egyptian tradition maintained that this was not the beginning of rulership in Egypt, merely the beginning of human rulership. The divine dynasties that came before were considered just as real and just as important, but they belonged to a different category of existence, a time when the natural and supernatural worlds were more closely intertwined. Could Zep-Tepi preserve memories of an advanced prehistoric civilization? Some researchers have suggested that the myths of a golden age might reflect cultural memories of a time before some great catastrophe reset human development. The end of the last ice age, around 11,700 years ago, brought dramatic climate changes, rising sea levels, and environmental upheavals that could have wiped out advanced coastal civilizations, leaving only fragments of their knowledge preserved in the traditions of survivors. The precision of Egyptian knowledge in so many fields, astronomy, medicine, engineering, mathematics, all attributed to teachings received during Zep-Tepi, suggests access to information that would take generations of systematic observation and experimentation to develop. Yet according to conventional archaeology, the people who would become the Egyptians had only recently transitioned from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled agriculture. How could they have developed such sophisticated understanding so quickly? Even more puzzling is the fact that Egyptian civilization seems to begin at its peak. The Old Kingdom pyramids represent the highest achievement of Egyptian architecture. Later dynasties attempted to copy these monuments, but never quite matched their precision and grandeur. The medical knowledge recorded in the earliest papyri is more advanced than what appears in later periods. The astronomical observations incorporated into the oldest temples are more accurate than those found in later constructions. It's as if the Egyptians began with advanced knowledge and gradually lost pieces of it over time. The Dendera zodiac, now housed in the Louvre, shows the night sky as it would have appeared around 10,500 BCE, suspiciously close to the traditional dating of Zep-Tepi. The temple that housed this zodiac was dedicated to Hathor, one of the gods said to have ruled during the first time. The zodiac itself incorporates knowledge of precession that shouldn't have been available to ancient astronomers unless they had access to records spanning many thousands of years. Archaeological evidence from pre-dynastic Egypt shows a rapid transformation in social organization, technology, and cultural complexity. The Hierakonpolis painted tomb, dating to around 3,400 BCE, depicts scenes that suggest contact with traditions and symbols that would become central to pharaonic civilization. But where did these sophisticated concepts originate? The artwork appears fully developed, not experimental or primitive. Recent discoveries at sites like Nabta Playa in southern Egypt have revealed evidence of complex astronomical alignments and megalithic structures dating back over 6,000 years. These stone circles, older than Stonehenge, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and the ability to organize large-scale construction projects. The people who built Nabta Playa were supposedly simple cattle herders, yet they created monuments that required advanced astronomical knowledge and social organization. The sacred geometry found in Egyptian temples reveals mathematical relationships that weren't supposed to be known until much later periods. The proportions used in temple construction incorporate advanced concepts like the golden section and harmonic ratios that create acoustically perfect spaces. The layout of temple complexes follows patterns that mirror celestial movements and incorporate knowledge of astronomical cycles spanning thousands of years. Egyptian metallurgy also presents mysteries. Ancient Egyptian craftsmen worked with alloys and techniques that produced materials of exceptional quality. The iron beads found in pre-dynastic tombs were made from meteoric iron, worked with techniques that shouldn't have been available to people who supposedly hadn't even developed ironworking. Some Egyptian artifacts show evidence of electroplating and other advanced metallurgical processes that weren't officially invented until modern times. The preservation of knowledge across thousands of years presents another puzzle. Egyptian religious texts maintain consistent accounts of Zep-Tepi across dynasties spanning millennia. The coherence of these traditions suggests institutional memory of extraordinary stability. Priestly schools preserved not just stories, but detailed technical knowledge, astronomical observations, and mathematical principles attributed to the first time. How did they maintain such precise tradition across so many generations? The connection between Zep-Tepi and other global traditions of golden ages suggests a shared memory of some actual historical period. Hindu texts describe previous yugas or world ages when divine beings ruled and advanced knowledge was commonplace. Greek mythology speaks of a golden age when gods and humans lived together in harmony. Norse traditions describe a time before Ragnarok when divine beings established civilization. These parallels across unconnected cultures hint at shared memories of real events. Egyptian texts describe specific technologies associated with Zep Tepi. The Edfu texts mention the mansions of Ra and divine boats that could travel through air and water. They describe tools and weapons made from materials that don't decay and knowledge that could manipulate the forces of nature. While these accounts are often dismissed as mythology, they might preserve memories of actual advanced technologies that existed before recorded history. The question of Zep Tepi ultimately comes down to this. Were the Egyptians preserving actual historical memories, or were they creating elaborate mythology to explain their own remarkable achievements? The consistency of their accounts across thousands of years, the advanced nature of their earliest accomplishments, and the mysterious aspects of their most ancient monuments all suggest that there might be more truth to their traditions than conventional archaeology is willing to acknowledge. If Zep Tepi was real, if there truly was a first time when beings with advanced knowledge established the foundations of Egyptian civilization, then we need to reconsider not just Egyptian history, but our understanding of human development itself. The implications extend far beyond Egypt, because similar traditions of golden ages and divine teachers appear in cultures around the world. Perhaps these aren't just myths, but fragments of a much older and more complex human story that we're only beginning to understand. The mystery of Egypt's first time challenges us to reconsider everything we think we know about the past. It suggests that human civilization might be much older and more sophisticated than we've assumed, and that the ancient world might hold secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of our own history and capabilities. Long before Galileo pointed his telescope at the heavens, long before Newton explained the mathematics of planetary motion, and even longer before we had computers to calculate the movements of celestial bodies, ancient civilizations were tracking the stars with an accuracy that seems almost impossible. They knew about astronomical cycles that take thousands of years to complete, could predict eclipses with remarkable precision, and built monuments that align perfectly with celestial events. The question that haunts researchers is simple yet profound. How did they do it? And what does their knowledge tell us about the sophistication of prehistoric civilization? The mystery deepens when we consider that many of these astronomical achievements appear to date from periods before the Great Flood myths that appear in cultures worldwide. If a global catastrophe did reset human civilization sometime around the end of the last ice age, then the astronomical knowledge we see in ancient monuments and texts represents something even more extraordinary. Information that somehow survived the destruction of the civilizations that created it. The most obvious example of ancient astronomical knowledge is the phenomenon of precession. Earth's axis wobbles like a slowly spinning top, causing the stars to appear to shift position over incredibly long periods. One complete cycle of precession takes approximately 25,772 years. This means that to observe and record precession accurately, a civilization would need to maintain continuous astronomical observations for many thousands of years, far longer than any known historical civilization has existed. Yet evidence of precession knowledge appears in monuments and texts from around the world. The Great Pyramid of Giza incorporates the precessional cycle in its dimensions. The ancient Hindu texts called the Puranas describe cosmic ages that correspond closely to precessional periods. Mayan calendars track cycles that align with precessional movements. The builders of Angkor Wat in Cambodia oriented their massive temple complex to mirror the constellation Draco, as it would have appeared during a specific epoch thousands of years earlier. How could ancient peoples have known about precession without maintaining detailed astronomical records for millennia? The conventional explanation is that they gradually noticed the slow drift of star positions over many generations, and somehow calculated the full cycle from partial observations. But this explanation requires a level of mathematical sophistication and institutional continuity that seems unlikely for civilizations that were supposedly just emerging from primitive conditions. The Dendera zodiac in Egypt presents another puzzle. This circular star map, carved in stone and originally housed in the Temple of Hathor, shows the night sky with remarkable accuracy. But here's the strange part. It depicts the sky as it would have appeared around 10,500 BCE, thousands of years before the temple was built. The zodiac includes knowledge of precession, showing constellations in positions they occupied during a much earlier epoch. Why would Egyptian astronomers create a star map showing the ancient sky rather than their contemporary heavens? The answer might lie in Egyptian texts that describe astronomy as a gift from the gods of Zep-Tepi, the first time. According to these accounts, the divine beings who ruled during Egypt's mythical Golden Age established astronomical observations and passed down star charts that recorded the heavens during their reign. If these traditions preserve actual memories, then the Dendera zodiac might be a copy of much older astronomical records, a stone testament to knowledge that survived from a prehistoric Golden Age. Similar mysteries appear at ancient sites around the world. The megalithic complex at Newgrange in Ireland, older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids, is precisely oriented to capture the winter solstice sunrise. The accuracy of this alignment is so perfect that only a few minutes of sunlight penetrate the monument's inner chamber during the entire year. But Newgrange was built around 3200 BCE, supposedly by Neolithic farmers who had only recently developed agriculture. How did they possess the astronomical knowledge and engineering skills to create such a precise celestial timepiece? Stonehenge presents an even more complex astronomical puzzle. This monument, built in stages over many centuries, incorporates alignments to the sun, moon, and stars that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics. The heel stone marks the summer solstice sunrise, while other stones track lunar cycles and even predict eclipses. Recent research has revealed that Stonehenge's builders understood the 18.6-year lunar cycle, one of the most complex patterns in observational astronomy. They incorporated this knowledge into the monument's structure, creating what amounts to a massive stone computer capable of tracking multiple celestial cycles simultaneously. The implications are staggering. Eclipse prediction requires understanding not just the movements of the sun and moon, but also the complex gravitational interactions that cause the moon's orbit to vary over time. The 18.6-year lunar cycle occurs because the moon's orbit slowly wobbles, causing the range of its rising and setting points to vary in a predictable pattern. Recognizing and incorporating this cycle into Stonehenge's design required observations spanning many decades and mathematical skills that weren't supposed to exist in prehistoric Britain. Ancient American civilizations display equally impressive astronomical knowledge. The Mayan calendar system, with its intricate interlocking cycles, tracked time with an accuracy that rivals modern chronometry. Their calculations of the solar year differed from our current measurements by only minutes. They knew the exact orbital period of Venus and incorporated it into their ritual and political calendars. The Dresden Codex, one of the few surviving Mayan books, contains eclipse tables that accurately predict lunar and solar eclipses hundreds of years into the future. But the Maya also preserved knowledge of much longer astronomical cycles. Their long count calendar, which famously completed a major cycle in 2012, tracks a period of over 5,000 years. More remarkably, Mayan texts describe even longer cycles, including the concept of world ages lasting thousands or even millions of years. The Popol Vuh, their creation epic, describes multiple previous worlds that were destroyed and renewed in cycles that correspond to astronomical phenomena. How did the Maya, who supposedly developed their civilization in isolation from the Old World, independently discover the same astronomical knowledge that appears in Egyptian, Hindu, and European traditions? The precision of their calculations suggests centuries or millennia of careful observation. Yet Mayan civilization appears in the historical record almost fully formed. with sophisticated astronomy, mathematics, and calendar systems appearing seemingly overnight. The ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico presents another astronomical mystery. This massive complex, built by an unknown civilization before the Aztecs arrived, is laid out according to precise astronomical alignments. The Pyramid of the Sun is oriented to mark the date when the sun passes directly overhead, an event that occurs only at specific latitudes. The entire city plan incorporates the movements of Venus, the Pleiades star cluster, and other celestial bodies. The pecked cross designs found throughout the city appear to be sophisticated astronomical instruments, capable of tracking multiple celestial cycles simultaneously. What makes Teotihuacan particularly intriguing is its age and sophistication. The city was already ancient when the Aztecs discovered it, and they considered it a place where the gods had created the world. Recent dating places its construction as early as the 1st century CE, but the astronomical knowledge incorporated into its design suggests access to observations spanning many centuries. The builders demonstrated understanding of astronomical phenomena that requires long-term systematic observation, yet we know almost nothing about who they were or where their knowledge came from. Similar mysteries appear in the ancient world's most remote locations. On Easter Island, thousands of miles from any mainland, the massive stone statues called moai are oriented to astronomical alignments. The island's prehistoric inhabitants, despite their isolation, possessed sophisticated understanding of celestial movements and incorporated this knowledge into their monuments. The fact that such precise astronomical knowledge appeared on one of the world's most isolated islands suggests that advanced astronomy was more widespread in the ancient world than conventional archaeology acknowledges. The mystery deepens when we consider the global nature of this ancient astronomical knowledge. Cultures separated by vast oceans and supposedly having no contact with each other independently developed similar understanding of complex celestial phenomena. They all knew about precession, tracked long-term astronomical cycles, and built monuments with precise celestial alignments. The probability that such sophisticated knowledge developed independently in multiple locations seems vanishingly small. One possible explanation is that these civilizations inherited their astronomical knowledge from a common source, a prehistoric civilization that had already developed advanced understanding of celestial mechanics before it was destroyed by some global catastrophe. The flood myths that appear in cultures worldwide might preserve memories of this event, and the astronomical knowledge that survived might represent fragments of pre-catastrophe science preserved by survivors and gradually incorporated into later civilizations. The precision of ancient astronomical knowledge extends beyond simple observation to complex mathematical calculations. The builders of the Great Pyramid incorporated not just astronomical alignments, but also mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. The pyramid's dimensions encode the relationship between the Earth and Moon's orbits, the length of the solar year, and the precessional cycle. This suggests that whoever designed the pyramid possessed not just observational astronomy, but also advanced mathematics capable of encoding multiple astronomical relationships into a single structure. Ancient Hindu astronomy presents perhaps the most sophisticated example of prehistoric astronomical knowledge. The Surya Siddhanta, an ancient Sanskrit text, contains calculations of planetary positions, eclipse predictions, and cosmic cycles that demonstrate remarkable accuracy. The text describes the Earth as a sphere, gives an accurate measurement of its circumference, and explains the cause of eclipses in terms that wouldn't be out of place in a modern astronomy textbook. More remarkably, it describes cosmic time scales that stretch across millions of years, incorporating knowledge of astronomical cycles that wouldn't be rediscovered in the West until the modern era. The Vedic texts describe yugas or world ages that correspond to astronomical cycles lasting thousands of years. The Great Cycle of 4 yugas totals 4,320,000 years, suspiciously close to modern calculations of certain astronomical periods. The texts also describe previous kalpas, or cosmic cycles, lasting billions of years, time scales that seem impossible for ancient peoples to have conceived without some form of advanced astronomical knowledge. Chinese astronomy presents another example of sophisticated prehistoric knowledge. The Zhaobai Suwenjing, an ancient Chinese mathematical text, demonstrates understanding of complex astronomical calculations, including accurate predictions of eclipses and planetary positions. Chinese astronomical records extend back thousands of years and show consistent accuracy in tracking celestial events. The ancient Chinese developed sophisticated instruments for astronomical observation and created star maps that rival modern accuracy. What makes all this ancient astronomical knowledge particularly mysterious is its preservation through periods of supposed civilizational collapse. If advanced prehistoric civilizations were destroyed by floods, climate change, or other catastrophes, how did their astronomical knowledge survive? The answer might lie in the sacred nature of astronomical information in ancient cultures. Astronomy was never separate from religion in the ancient world. The movements of celestial bodies were seen as the actions of gods, and astronomical knowledge was preserved by priestly classes who maintained it across generations. Temple complexes served not just as religious centers, but as astronomical observatories, with priest astronomers responsible for maintaining accurate calendars and predicting celestial events. This institutional framework might have provided the continuity necessary to preserve astronomical knowledge across catastrophic periods. The global distribution of megalithic monuments presents another piece of the puzzle. From the stone circles of Britain to the dolmens of Korea, massive stone structures with astronomical alignments appear on every continent. These monuments required tremendous effort to construct and demonstrate sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics. Yet they appear during periods when conventional archaeology says such knowledge shouldn't have existed. The global nature of megalithic construction suggests a widespread tradition of astronomical monument building that transcends individual cultures. Recent archaeological discoveries continue to reveal the sophistication of ancient astronomical knowledge. The Nebra sky disk, discovered in Germany and dating to around 1600 BCE, is the oldest known portable depiction of astronomical phenomena. It shows the Sun, Moon, and Pleiades constellation with remarkable accuracy, and appears to have been used as a sophisticated astronomical instrument. The disk demonstrates that Bronze Age Europeans possessed advanced astronomical knowledge and the technical skill to create precise scientific instruments. The Warren Field in Scotland contains what may be the world's oldest calendar, a series of pits aligned to lunar cycles and dating back over 8,000 years. This discovery pushes back the timeline of sophisticated astronomical observation by millennia and suggests that complex calendar systems existed in prehistoric Europe much earlier than previously thought. The Gosick Circle in Germany, dating to around 4,900 BCE, represents one of the earliest known solar observatories. This circular earthwork contains gates positioned to frame the winter solstice sunrise and sunset with remarkable precision. The sophistication of the design suggests that Neolithic Europeans possessed not just casual interest in the sky, but systematic astronomical knowledge, capable of creating functional scientific instruments. Ancient astronomical instruments reveal the depth of prehistoric scientific understanding. The Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a Greek shipwreck and dating to around 100 BCE, is often called the world's first analog computer. This bronze device could calculate the positions of the Sun, Moon, and planets, predict eclipses, and track the 4-year Olympic cycle. Its complexity rivals mechanical clocks that wouldn't be invented until over 1,000 years later. But the Antikythera mechanism wasn't unique. Ancient texts describe similar devices, and recent discoveries have revealed other sophisticated astronomical instruments from the ancient world. The question is whether these represent the pinnacle of ancient achievement, or merely the surviving remnants of a much more advanced tradition of astronomical instrumentation that has largely been lost to time. The accuracy of ancient observations extends to phenomena that require extremely precise measurements. Ancient astronomers tracked the slight variations in planetary orbits, noticed changes in stellar brightness, and recorded celestial events with timing accuracy that matches modern standards. The Venus tablets of Amisajuka from ancient Babylon record the planet's appearances and disappearances over decades with accuracy that allows modern astronomers to date the observations precisely. Mayan astronomers achieved similar precision in their observations of Venus, Mars, and other planets. Their calculations of planetary synodic periods, the time it takes for a planet to return to the same position relative to Earth and the Sun, match modern values with remarkable accuracy. The Dresden Codex contains tables that track Venus over hundreds of years, accounting for the slight variations in its orbit that cause its cycles to drift over time. These discoveries raise profound questions about the nature of human civilization and the transmission of knowledge across time. If sophisticated astronomical understanding existed in prehistoric times, what else might have been known and subsequently lost? The precision and complexity of ancient astronomical knowledge suggests intellectual achievements that rival our own, accomplished by civilizations about which we know almost nothing. The mystery of pre-flood advanced astronomy ultimately challenges our understanding of human development itself. It suggests that our ancestors were far more sophisticated than we've assumed, and that the history of human knowledge is not a simple progression from ignorance to enlightenment, but a more complex story of achievement, loss, and rediscovery. The astronomical knowledge preserved in ancient monuments and texts might be fragments of a much more extensive scientific tradition that flourished before recorded history began. Perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that we're still rediscovering knowledge that was once commonplace in the ancient world. The precision of ancient astronomical observations, the sophistication of their mathematical calculations, and the global distribution of their achievements suggest capabilities that we're only now beginning to appreciate. If this is true, then the ancient world might have been far more advanced than we've ever imagined, and the flood myths that appear in cultures worldwide might preserve memories of a golden age of human achievement that was lost to time and catastrophe, leaving only tantalizing fragments for us to puzzle over thousands of years later. Deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, somewhere between the scattered islands of Polynesia, legends speak of a lost continent that once stretched across the vast blue expanse. Not Atlantis, which supposedly lay in the Atlantic, but something far older, far more mysterious. The lost continent of Mu, also called Lemuria by some, a landmass that may have been the birthplace of human civilization itself. But was Mu real? Or is it nothing more than a beautiful myth, born from the human desire to explain the unexplainable? The story of Mu takes us on a journey through ancient tablets, mysterious ruins scattered across the Pacific, and scientific theories that blur the line between fact and fantasy. What we find is a puzzle that has captivated explorers, archaeologists, and dreamers for over a century. The modern story of Mu begins in the 1860s with a French scholar named Charles-Étienne Brasseur de Bourbourg. While studying ancient Mayan texts, he claimed to have deciphered references to a catastrophic event that destroyed a continent in a single day and night. According to his translation, this continent was called Mu, and its destruction was so complete that it vanished beneath the waves, taking with it an advanced civilization. But it was Augustus Le Plongeon, a photographer and antiquarian, who really brought Mu to the world's attention. In the 1870s, Le Plongeon was working in the ruins of Maya cities in Mexico when he claimed to have discovered stone tablets that told the story of Mu in detail. According to his interpretation, Mu was not just any continent. It was the original homeland of humanity, the place where civilization first began. Le Plongeon's translation described Mu as a massive landmass in the Pacific Ocean, stretching from Hawaii to Easter Island, from Tahiti to the coast of South America. He claimed it was home to 64 million people who lived in a highly advanced society with magnificent cities, sophisticated technology, and deep spiritual knowledge. This wasn't just another lost civilization. This was supposed to be the mother civilization, the source from which all other cultures sprang. According to the story Le Plongeon pieced together, Mu was ruled by a priest king called Ra-Mu, and its people had achieved remarkable feats of engineering and science. They built great temples, developed a written language, and understood principles of physics and astronomy that wouldn't be rediscovered for thousands of years. But like all great civilizations in these ancient tales, Mu was doomed. The destruction came suddenly and without warning. Massive earthquakes shook the continent, volcanoes erupted with unprecedented fury, and the land began to sink beneath the waves. In a single catastrophic day, an entire continent and its millions of inhabitants vanished into the Pacific depths. Only a few survivors managed to escape, fleeing to other lands where they became the founders of new civilizations, carrying with them fragments of Mu's advanced knowledge. This story might have remained a footnote in the annals of fringe archaeology, if not for a British Army officer named James Churchward. In the 1920s, Churchward published a series of books that expanded on Le Plongeon's work and made Mu a household name. Churchward claimed that during his time in India, he had befriended a temple priest who showed him ancient tablets written in a lost language called Nakal. These tablets, according to Churchward, contained the true history of Mu. He spent decades translating them, and what he found was a story even more extraordinary than Le Plongeon had suggested. Churchward's Mu was a continent larger than South America, populated by a race of highly evolved humans who had achieved a level of technological and spiritual development that surpassed anything in recorded history. The people of Mu, Churchward claimed, had mastered anti-gravity technology, developed sophisticated aircraft, and created a global network of colonies that spanned the Earth. They were the original humans, created directly by the divine forces of the universe, and from Mu they had spread to populate every corner of the globe. The similarities between ancient cultures around the world, from the pyramids of Egypt to the stone heads of Easter Island, were all explained by this common origin in Mu. Churchward painted a picture of Mu as a tropical paradise where war was unknown and technology was used only for the betterment of humanity. The continent was dotted with magnificent cities built from white stone, connected by perfectly straight roads and canals. Great temples rose toward the sky, their walls covered in hieroglyphs that recorded the wisdom of ages. Gardens and parks filled with exotic plants and animals stretched between the cities, and crystal-clear rivers flowed down from mountains that touched the clouds. But what evidence did Churchward actually have for these extraordinary claims? He pointed to similarities in architecture and symbolism found across Pacific cultures. The massive stone statues of Easter Island, the ancient ruins of Nan Madol in Micronesia, the mysterious petroglyphs found on remote Pacific islands, all of these, he argued, were remnants of Mu's once great civilization. He also drew attention to geological evidence that seemed to support the existence of a sunken continent. The Pacific Ocean floor is dotted with underwater mountains and plateaus, some of which rise almost to the surface. Could these be the remnants of Mu, the mountain tops of a drowned continent? Churchward certainly thought so. Then there were the flood legends found in cultures around the world. Nearly every human society has some version of a great flood story, from the biblical account of Noah to the Epic of Gilgamesh, from Native American traditions to Aboriginal Dreamtime stories. Churchward argued that these weren't separate events or mythological tales. They were all cultural memories of the same catastrophe, the sinking of Mu. The linguistic evidence was equally intriguing to Churchward. He pointed out similarities between languages spoken by widely separated Pacific peoples. The Polynesian languages, for instance, share common roots despite being spoken across thousands of miles of ocean. How could this be, Churchward asked, unless all these peoples shared a common origin on a now sunken continent? But as compelling as Churchward's arguments seemed to his readers, they were built on shaky foundations. Modern scholars have examined his claims and found them wanting. The ancient tablets he claimed to have translated have never been produced or verified by independent researchers. His linguistic comparisons often relied on superficial similarities that could be explained by coincidence or more recent contact between cultures. The geological evidence, while intriguing, doesn't support the existence of a continent the size Churchward described. While there are indeed underwater plateaus and seamounts in the Pacific, none show evidence of having been above sea level during human history. The Pacific plate is constantly moving and changing, but the kind of sudden catastrophic sinking that Churchward described would have left clear geological signatures that we simply don't find. Yet the story of Mu refuses to die. In the decades since Churchward's books were published, new evidence has emerged that keeps the mystery alive. Archaeological discoveries across the Pacific have revealed that ancient peoples were capable of far more sophisticated ocean travel than previously thought. The settlement of Polynesia, for instance, required navigational skills and seafaring technology that rival anything developed in the ancient Mediterranean. Consider the mystery of Easter Island, one of the most remote inhabited places on Earth. When European explorers first arrived in 1722, they found a small population living among hundreds of massive stone statues called moai. These statues, some weighing as much as 80 tons, had been carved from volcanic rock and somehow transported across the island to ceremonial platforms along the coast. How did a small, isolated population manage such an incredible feat of engineering? And why did they devote so much effort to creating these mysterious monuments? The islanders themselves had lost the knowledge of how the statues were made and moved. Their oral traditions spoke only of a time when the ancestors could make the statues walk to their destinations. Recent archaeological work has revealed that Easter Island was once much more heavily forested and populated than it appeared to European visitors. At its peak, the island may have supported 15,000 people or more, but something went wrong. The forests were cut down, the population crashed, and the island became the isolated, desolate place that Europeans found. Could this be an echo of what happened to Mu on a smaller scale? Then there's Nan Madol, the mysterious stone city built on artificial islands off the coast of Pohnpei in Micronesia. Sometimes called the Venice of the Pacific, Nan Madol consists of nearly 100 artificial islands connected by a network of canals. The city was built using massive basalt logs, some weighing as much as 50 tons, somehow transported from quarries on the opposite side of the island. Local legends say that Nan Madol was built by twin sorcerer kings who used magic to make the stones fly through the air to their destinations. While we can dismiss the magic, the engineering achievement remains remarkable. How did a pre-industrial society manage to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones of such enormous size? And why did they choose to build their city on artificial islands in a lagoon? The construction techniques used at Nan Madol seem to have no parallel elsewhere in Micronesia or the broader Pacific. Yet the city shows signs of having been occupied for centuries, with different construction phases suggesting a long period of development and refinement. If Nan Madol wasn't connected to a broader civilization, how do we explain its unique architecture and sophisticated engineering? Perhaps the most intriguing evidence for some kind of ancient Pacific civilization comes from the study of ancient navigation techniques. Polynesian navigators developed a system of wayfinding that allowed them to cross thousands of miles of open ocean using only the stars, wave patterns, and wind directions as guides. This wasn't primitive navigation. It was a sophisticated science that required years of training and an intimate knowledge of ocean conditions. These navigators could read the sea like others read books. They could detect the presence of distant islands by the way swells wrapped around them, identify their location by the flight patterns of seabirds, and maintain their course across featureless ocean by following patterns in the stars that were invisible to untrained eyes. This knowledge was passed down through generations of master navigators, an oral tradition that preserved incredible precision across centuries. But here's what makes this even more remarkable. Recent computer modeling has shown that the settlement of Polynesia couldn't have been accidental. The pattern of island colonization, from west to east across the Pacific, required deliberate exploration and sophisticated planning. Someone was mapping the Pacific Ocean thousands of years before European explorers ever left sight of their home shores. Some researchers have suggested that this navigational knowledge might be far older than we think. Could it be a remnant of the seafaring technology that once allowed communication across a Pacific continent? If Mu never existed, how do we explain the apparent ease with which ancient peoples crossed what should have been impossible ocean barriers? The mystery deepens when we look at the astronomical knowledge embedded in Pacific Island cultures. Many Polynesian societies maintained complex calendars based on careful observation of star movements. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes nearly 26,000 years to complete. How could isolated island societies have maintained such precise astronomical knowledge across thousands of years unless it came from a much older and more sophisticated source? Recent underwater archaeology has added another dimension to the Mu mystery. Advanced sonar and submersible technology have revealed that the ocean floors around Pacific islands are littered with structures that look suspiciously artificial. Underwater terraces, walls, and platforms have been found near Japan, Taiwan, and other Pacific locations. While most geologists argue these are natural formations, created by erosion and tectonic activity, a few researchers wonder if some might be artificial. The most famous of these underwater structures is the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan. Discovered by divers in the 1980s, the monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid carved from solid rock. The structure includes what look like corridors, staircases, and platforms, all cut with remarkable precision. Some researchers argue that the monument could only have been carved when the area was above sea level, more than 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. If the Yonaguni Monument is artificial, it would represent the oldest known monumental architecture in the world, predating the pyramids of Egypt by thousands of years. But who could have built such a structure? The conventional timeline of human development suggests that 12,000 years ago, people were still hunter-gatherers with no knowledge of monumental stone working. Yet here, potentially, is evidence of sophisticated construction techniques being used at exactly that time. Similar underwater structures have been reported from other locations around the Pacific. Near the island of Tahiti, divers have found what appear to be massive stone blocks arranged in geometric patterns on the sea floor. Off the coast of Peru, sonar has detected regular geometric shapes that some interpret as artificial structures. Could these be the ruins of coastal settlements that were flooded when sea levels rose after the last ice age? The timing is intriguing. The period from about 15,000 to 10,000 years ago was one of dramatic climate change. As the last ice age ended, massive ice sheets melted, causing sea levels to rise by more than 400 feet worldwide. Vast areas of coastal land that had been dry for thousands of years were suddenly flooded. If advanced civilizations had developed in these coastal regions, their remains would now be underwater, hidden beneath hundreds of feet of ocean. This flooding wasn't gradual. Recent climate research has shown that sea level rise during the post-glacial period was often rapid and catastrophic. Massive outburst floods occurred when ice dams broke, releasing huge volumes of glacial meltwater into the oceans. These floods could raise sea levels by several feet in just a few years, fast enough to overwhelm coastal civilizations and leave them with little time to escape. Could this be what happened to Mu? Perhaps the lost continent wasn't a massive landmass that sank catastrophically, but rather a network of coastal civilizations that were flooded when the Ice Age ended. The survivors of these floods might have escaped to higher ground on islands and mountain peaks, carrying with them fragments of their advanced knowledge. This interpretation would explain many of the puzzling aspects of Pacific Island cultures. The sophisticated navigation techniques, the megalithic architecture, the astronomical knowledge, even the flood legends could all be remnants of a more advanced civilization that was largely destroyed by post-glacial flooding. The scattered islands of Polynesia might not be the remains of a sunken continent, but rather the mountain peaks of a flooded coastal plain. Modern genetic studies have added yet another layer to the Mu mystery. DNA analysis of Pacific Island populations shows that they all share common ancestors, but the genetic pattern is more complex than a simple migration from Asia would suggest. There appear to have been multiple waves of settlement, with some populations showing genetic connections to South America as well as Asia. This genetic evidence supports the idea that the Pacific was once home to a sophisticated maritime civilization, capable of long-distance travel in all directions. Rather than simple island hoppers gradually spreading from west to east, the ancient Pacific may have seen complex patterns of trade and migration, connecting widely separated regions. The famous Norwegian explorer Thor Heyerdahl proved that such long-distance voyaging was possible when he sailed his balsa wood raft Kon-Tiki from Peru to Polynesia in 1947. More recently, experimental archaeologists have successfully recreated ancient Pacific voyaging techniques, demonstrating that sophisticated ocean travel was indeed possible using traditional technology. But this raises another question. If ancient Pacific peoples were capable of such remarkable seafaring achievements, what else might they have accomplished? The conventional view of human development suggests that complex civilization only began with the development of agriculture around 10,000 years ago. But the evidence from the Pacific suggests that sophisticated maritime cultures existed long before this date. Perhaps we need to revise our understanding of what ancient peoples were capable of. The image of primitive hunter-gatherers struggling for survival may be incomplete. Maybe some ancient societies developed along different lines, becoming masters of the sea rather than the land, developing technologies and knowledge systems that we're only beginning to understand. The search for Mu continues today using the most advanced technology available. Deep-sea exploration vessels equipped with sophisticated sonar and cameras are systematically mapping the Pacific Ocean floor, looking for evidence of ancient civilizations. Underwater archaeologists are investigating the growing number of submerged structures found near Pacific islands. And climatologists are refining their understanding of how sea level changes affected coastal regions during the post-glacial period. What they're finding is a picture of the ancient Pacific that's far more complex and interesting than anyone imagined. Rather than empty ocean dotted with isolated islands, the ancient Pacific appears to have been home to sophisticated maritime cultures that maintained contact across vast distances. Whether these cultures ever formed the unified continental civilization that Churchward called Mu remains an open question. But perhaps that's the wrong question. Maybe Mu, as Churchward envisioned it, never existed, but something equally remarkable did. A network of advanced maritime societies, connected by their mastery of ocean travel, sharing knowledge and technology across the vast Pacific. When sea levels rose and coastal regions flooded, this civilization didn't disappear completely. It survived in fragments, in the navigational knowledge of Polynesian wayfinders, in the mysterious monuments scattered across Pacific islands, and in the genetic legacy of peoples who once called the ocean their highway. The story of Mu, whether real or imagined, reminds us that the ancient world was full of possibilities we're only beginning to explore. Every year brings new archaeological discoveries that push back the dates of human achievement and reveal capabilities we never suspected our ancestors possessed. The Pacific Ocean, covering 1/3 of our planet's surface, still holds countless secrets beneath its waves. Maybe someday, in the depths of the Pacific, we'll find the ruins that prove Mu was real. Or maybe we'll discover something even more amazing, evidence of ancient civilizations that achieved wonders we can barely imagine, then vanished beneath the waves when the world changed around them. Until then, the mystery of Mu continues to capture our imagination, a reminder that there's still so much we don't know about our own past. In the depths of the Black Sea, 200 feet beneath the surface, something extraordinary lies hidden on the seafloor. Ancient shorelines, preserved exactly as they were thousands of years ago. Freshwater mollusks, their shells intact but dead, killed suddenly by an influx of salt water. And perhaps most remarkably, what appear to be the remains of human settlements, structures that could only have been built when this area was dry land. This underwater archaeological treasure trove tells a story that reads like something from the Old Testament. A story of a great flood that may have inspired the biblical account of Noah, the epic of Gilgamesh, and flood legends from around the world. But this isn't mythology, this is science, and the evidence suggests that around 7,600 years ago, a catastrophic flood transformed the Black Sea region and changed the course of human history. The Black Sea deluge theory proposes that what is now the Black Sea was once a much smaller freshwater lake, isolated from the Mediterranean by a natural dam where the Bosphorus Strait is today. Then, as sea levels rose after the last ice age, the Mediterranean began to overflow this natural barrier. The result was one of the most catastrophic floods in human history, an event so traumatic that it was passed down through generations as the story of a great deluge that covered the earth. But how did scientists come to this remarkable conclusion? The story begins in the 1970s with marine geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman from Columbia University. They were studying sediment cores from the Black Sea floor, looking for clues about the region's geological history, when they noticed something strange. The layers of sediment told a story of dramatic change, a sudden transition from freshwater to saltwater conditions that happened in geological terms almost instantly. What they found was a clear boundary in the sediment, a line that marked the difference between two completely different environments. Below this line, the sediments contained the shells of freshwater creatures, mollusks, and other organisms that could only survive in lakes and rivers. Above the line, the sediments were full of marine organisms, creatures that required salt water to live. The transition was so sharp it was as if someone had thrown a switch, transforming the entire ecosystem overnight. But the most compelling evidence came from radiocarbon dating. The freshwater organisms all died at exactly the same time, around 7,600 years ago. This wasn't gradual environmental change. This was a sudden catastrophe that killed everything in the freshwater lake and replaced it with an entirely new ecosystem. Something had happened to the Black Sea that was unlike anything in the normal course of geological evolution. Ryan and Pittman began to piece together what might have caused such a dramatic change. They knew that during the last ice age, sea levels were much lower than they are today. Huge amounts of water were locked up in continental ice sheets, and many areas that are now underwater were dry land. As the ice melted and sea levels rose, some of the most dramatic changes occurred in areas where rising waters could breach natural barriers. The geography of the Black Sea region made it particularly vulnerable to this kind of catastrophic flooding. The Black Sea is connected to the Mediterranean through the narrow Bosphorus Strait, a natural choke point that controls water flow between the two bodies of water. During the Ice Age, when sea levels were lower, this connection was blocked, turning the Black Sea into an isolated freshwater lake fed only by rivers flowing down from the surrounding mountains. Archaeological evidence suggests that this freshwater lake was much smaller than the current Black Sea, perhaps only half its present size. The lake level was more than 500 feet lower than today's Black Sea, leaving vast areas of fertile land exposed around its shores. These lands would have been ideal for early human settlement, with fresh water, rich soils, and abundant fish and game. As global sea levels rose after the Ice Age, the Mediterranean gradually climbed toward the level of the natural dam that separated it from the Black Sea Lake. For thousands of years, this barrier held back the rising waters, but the pressure was building. Eventually, around 7,600 years ago, the inevitable happened. The Mediterranean broke through. What followed was not a gradual overflow, but a catastrophic rupture. The narrow gap that was breached quickly widened under the enormous pressure of the Mediterranean waters. Within days or weeks, billions of gallons of salt water came roaring through the gap, cascading into the Black Sea basin like a waterfall 200 times larger than Niagara Falls. The scale of this flood was almost beyond imagination. Every day, the equivalent of 20 cubic miles of water poured through the breach, raising the level of the Black Sea by several inches daily. The lake that had existed for thousands of years was obliterated, replaced by a rising sea that advanced across the landscape at a rate of more than a mile per day. For the people living around the shores of the lake, this would have been the end of the world. Settlements that had existed for generations were submerged within weeks. Fertile farmland disappeared beneath the waves. Entire communities would have been forced to flee inland, abandoning everything they had built over centuries of settlement. The human cost of this disaster is difficult to calculate, but it must have been enormous. Archaeological evidence suggests that the Black Sea region was densely populated before the flood. The fertile lands around the freshwater lake supported some of the earliest agricultural communities in Europe, societies that had developed sophisticated farming techniques and established permanent settlements. These weren't nomadic hunter-gatherers who could easily pick up and move when conditions changed. These were settled agricultural peoples with investments in land, livestock, and infrastructure that couldn't be quickly relocated. When the flood came, they would have lost everything, forced to start over in unfamiliar territories with nothing but the knowledge and skills they carried with them. The archaeological record shows clear evidence of this population displacement. In the centuries following the proposed date of the Black Sea flood, there was a dramatic increase in settlement activity in regions to the north and west of the Black Sea. New communities appeared across the Balkans, Central Europe, and even as far away as Western Europe, many showing cultural connections to the pre-flood Black Sea region. This pattern of migration and cultural diffusion fits perfectly with what we would expect from a catastrophic flood that forced large populations to relocate. The refugees from the Black Sea deluge didn't just disappear, they spread across Europe and beyond, carrying with them the memory of the great catastrophe that had destroyed their homeland. And here's where the theory becomes even more intriguing. Many of these refugee populations settled in regions that would later become the heartlands of Indo-European civilization. Some researchers suggest that the Black Sea flood may have been the trigger that launched the Great Indo-European expansion, spreading languages and cultures across Europe and Asia that still dominate these regions today. The timing fits remarkably well. The proposed date of the Black Sea flood, around 7,600 years ago, coincides with the beginning of major cultural and technological changes across Europe. This was the period when agriculture began to spread rapidly across the continent, when new pottery styles appeared, and when there was a general acceleration in the pace of cultural development. But perhaps the most compelling aspect of the Black Sea deluge theory is how well it explains the flood myths that appear in cultures around the world. Nearly every human society has some version of a great flood story, and many of these stories share remarkably similar details despite being found in widely separated cultures. The biblical account of Noah's flood is probably the most familiar to Western audiences, but it's far from unique. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature, tells the story of Utnapishtim, who builds a great boat to survive a flood sent by the gods. Hindu texts describe a great flood from which Manu saves humanity and all the animals. Greek mythology tells of Deucalion's flood, sent by Zeus to punish human wickedness. Similar stories appear in Native American traditions, Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, African folklore, and virtually every other cultural tradition around the world. The details vary, but the core elements are remarkably consistent. A great flood covers the earth, destroying most of humanity. A chosen few survive, often by building a boat or ark. After the flood recedes, the survivors repopulate the earth and establish new civilizations. For centuries, scholars assumed these stories were either religious allegories or cultural memories of local flooding events. But the Black Sea deluge theory suggests another possibility. What if all these flood stories are cultural memories of the same event, passed down through generations of oral tradition by the descendants of Black Sea flood survivors? This would explain not just the widespread nature of flood myths, but also their remarkable consistency. If the stories all derive from the same original event, it makes sense that they would share similar details even when found in cultures that had no contact with each other for thousands of years. The flood wasn't a universal deluge that covered the entire earth, but it was universal in the sense that it affected the ancestors of many different human populations. The theory gains additional support from linguistic evidence. Many Indo-European languages contain similar words for flood, boat, and survival that seem to derive from common roots. These linguistic similarities suggest that the peoples who spoke these languages shared common cultural experiences that could include memories of a great flood. Recent underwater archaeology in the Black Sea has provided even more evidence for the deluge theory. Advanced sonar and submersible technology have revealed what appear to be ancient shorelines, river channels, and even human structures preserved on the sea floor. In 2,000 feet of water, far from any modern shoreline, researchers have found what look like stone tools, pottery fragments, and the remains of wooden structures. One of the most significant discoveries was made by marine archaeologist Robert Ballard, famous for finding the wreck of the Titanic. Using sophisticated underwater robots, Ballard's team explored the Black Sea floor and found clear evidence of ancient human habitation. They discovered what appeared to be a perfectly preserved ancient shoreline, complete with beaches, lagoons, and river deltas, all now submerged beneath hundreds of feet of water. Even more remarkable was the preservation of organic materials. The deep waters of the Black Sea are almost completely free of oxygen, creating conditions that preserve wood, fabric, and even food remains that would normally decay within years. This natural preservation has created an underwater archaeological site unlike anywhere else on Earth, a snapshot of life as it existed before the Great Flood. Ballard's team found evidence of human settlement in the form of worked wood, pottery shards, and what appeared to be the remains of buildings. Radiocarbon dating confirmed that these artifacts were from the right time period, dating to just before the proposed flood event. Here was physical evidence that people had indeed lived in areas that are now deep underwater. But the discovery that really caught the attention of the scientific community was a well-preserved ancient shipwreck found in the Black Sea's deep waters. The ship, dating to around 2,400 years ago, was so well preserved that its mast, rigging, and even coils of rope were still intact. If organic materials from 2,400 years ago could be preserved this well, what might be waiting from 7,600 years ago? The implications go far beyond archaeology. If the Black Sea deluge theory is correct, it means that one of the most traumatic events in human history has been preserved in our collective memory through flood myths and religious stories. The tale of Noah's Ark might not be a parable about divine judgment, but a cultural memory of real people who survived a real catastrophe. This doesn't diminish the spiritual or moral significance of these stories. Instead, it suggests that they might have an even deeper meaning, rooted not just in religious teaching, but in the actual historical experience of our ancestors. The flood stories aren't just about divine power or human morality. They're about survival, resilience, and the human capacity to endure and rebuild after catastrophic loss. The theory also has implications for our understanding of early human civilization. If the Black Sea region was home to advanced agricultural societies that were destroyed by the flood, we may need to revise our timeline of human development. These pre-flood societies might have achieved levels of sophistication that we're only beginning to appreciate, knowledge and technologies that were lost when their homeland was submerged. Some researchers have suggested that the Black Sea flood might explain other archaeological mysteries. The sudden appearance of advanced agricultural techniques in Europe, the rapid spread of pottery making, even the development of metallurgy might all be connected to knowledge brought by flood refugees. Instead of these innovations developing independently in different regions, they might have been spread by survivors of the deluge who carried their expertise to new lands. The flood theory also provides a possible explanation for the domestication of animals. Many of the animals that were first domesticated, including cattle, pigs, sheep, and goats, were native to the Black Sea region. If this area was home to advanced agricultural societies, they would have been the first to develop systematic animal husbandry. When the flood forced them to migrate, they would have taken their domesticated animals with them, spreading these techniques across their new territories. Recent climate research has added another dimension to the Black Sea story. Scientists studying ancient climate patterns have found evidence of rapid environmental changes that coincide with the proposed flood date. Ice core data shows that around 7,600 years ago, there was a period of rapid warming that would have accelerated ice melting and sea level rise. This climate data supports the idea that the flood wasn't an isolated event, but part of a broader pattern of environmental change following the end of the Ice Age. As global temperatures rose and ice sheets melted, sea levels rose rapidly, leading to flooding events in vulnerable coastal regions around the world. The Black Sea flood might have been the most dramatic of these events, but it wasn't the only one. Similar flooding events may have occurred in other parts of the world during the same period. The Persian Gulf, for instance, was largely dry land during the Ice Age, but was rapidly flooded as sea levels rose. The English Channel was created when rising waters broke through the land bridge that connected Britain to continental Europe. Each of these flooding events would have displaced human populations and created their own flood legends. But the Black Sea flood stands out because of its scale and the density of human settlement in the affected region. Nowhere else was there such a large population of settled agricultural peoples living in an area so vulnerable to catastrophic flooding. The result was a disaster that affected not just local communities, but had consequences that rippled across continents and down through millennia. Critics of the Black Sea deluge theory point out that some aspects of the evidence are still debated. Not all researchers agree that the sediment core data necessarily indicates a sudden catastrophic flood, rather than a more gradual process of marine incursion. Some argue that the archaeological evidence from the sea floor could be explained by normal coastal erosion and submergence rather than a sudden flood event. There's also the question of whether the flood, if it occurred, was really as catastrophic as the theory suggests. Even if the Mediterranean did break through into the Black Sea basin, some researchers argue that the process might have taken decades or centuries, rather than the days or weeks proposed by the original theory. A more gradual flooding would still have displaced populations and created cultural upheaval, but it wouldn't have been the sudden apocalyptic event described in flood myths. Despite these criticisms, evidence continues to accumulate in support of the basic premise of the Black Sea deluge theory. Advanced computer modeling of the flood event has confirmed that the breach of the Bosphorus barrier would indeed have created a massive waterfall that could have filled the Black Sea basin in a matter of months. Geological surveys have identified the exact location where this breakthrough would have occurred, and the seafloor there shows clear evidence of massive erosion consistent with a catastrophic flood. Perhaps most importantly, the theory provides a coherent explanation for a wide range of puzzling evidence. It explains the sudden appearance of marine conditions in the Black Sea, the widespread distribution of flood myths, the patterns of human migration and cultural change in post-flood Europe, and the archaeological evidence of submerged settlements on the Black Sea floor. The search for more evidence continues. Underwater archaeologists are systematically exploring the Black Sea floor, looking for additional signs of pre-flood human habitation. Advanced DNA analysis is being used to trace the migration patterns of ancient populations, searching for genetic signatures that might confirm the dispersal of Black Sea flood survivors. And climate scientists continue to refine their understanding of post-glacial sea level changes and their impact on human populations. What emerges from this ongoing research is a picture of the ancient world that's far more dynamic and interconnected than we previously imagined. Rather than isolated communities developing independently, we see evidence of large-scale population movements, cultural exchanges, and shared historical experiences that shape the development of human civilization. The Black Sea deluge theory reminds us that some of our most ancient stories might be more than just mythology. They might be the preserved memories of real events that shaped the course of human history. The flood stories that appear in cultures around the world might not be religious allegories or local legends, but echoes of one of the most traumatic events in human experience. Whether or not the theory is ultimately proven correct, it has already changed how we think about the relationship between myth and history, between legend and scientific fact. It suggests that our ancestors' stories might contain more truth than we previously recognized, and that the boundary between mythology and history might be more fluid than we thought. The Black Sea continues to yield its secrets slowly, each new discovery adding another piece to the puzzle of what happened 7,600 years ago. Deep beneath its waters lie the remains of a lost world, a civilization that was literally washed away by one of history's greatest floods. And in the stories passed down through countless generations, in the flood myths that still resonate in cultures around the world, we can still hear the echoes of that ancient catastrophe. The Great Flood may not have covered the entire earth as the biblical account suggests, but for the people who lived through it, their world certainly did come to an end. And in surviving that end, in rebuilding their lives in new lands and passing on their memories to future generations, they ensured that the story of the Great Deluge would never be forgotten. Today, as we explore the depths of the Black Sea and uncover evidence of their lost world, we're still listening to the voices of those ancient survivors, still learning from their experience of catastrophe and renewal. Deep beneath the layers of ice in Antarctica and hidden within the magnetic signatures of ancient rocks lies one of the most unsettling mysteries of our planet's past. What if everything we think we know about Earth's magnetic field is wrong? What if our planet once spun differently, pointed in a completely different direction, and experienced magnetic reversals so dramatic that they could have reshaped entire continents? The evidence is subtle but undeniable. In laboratories around the world, scientists are discovering something strange in the magnetic records of rocks that formed thousands of years ago. These rocks, formed when our planet's magnetic field was dramatically different, tell a story that challenges everything we understand about Earth's orientation in space. They suggest that our planet may have experienced a complete magnetic pole reversal in the relatively recent past, possibly connected to the same catastrophic events that ancient cultures describe as a great flood. But this isn't just about magnetism. If Earth's magnetic poles shifted dramatically in the past, it would mean that our planet's entire orientation changed. The North Star wouldn't have been north. The seasons would have been different. Ocean currents, weather patterns, and even the distribution of ice sheets would have been completely altered. And perhaps most unsettling of all, such a shift might explain why so many ancient cultures around the world share remarkably similar stories of a time when the sky fell, the earth shook, and everything familiar was washed away. The first clues came from an unlikely source, volcanic rocks, When lava cools and solidifies, it captures a snapshot of Earth's magnetic field at that exact moment in time. It's like a fossil of magnetism, frozen forever in stone. For decades, geologists have been studying these magnetic signatures, mapping how Earth's magnetic field has changed over millions of years. What they found was disturbing. The magnetic signatures in rocks formed around 10 to 12,000 years ago don't match the current orientation of Earth's magnetic field. Not just slightly off, but dramatically different. Some rocks suggest that the magnetic North Pole was once located where the equator is today. Others indicate that the magnetic field may have been completely reversed, with north and south flipped entirely. At first, scientists assumed these were local anomalies, perhaps caused by unusual geological conditions or measurement errors. But as more data came in from sites around the world, a pattern emerged. Rocks from North America, Europe, Asia, and even the ocean floor all showed the same strange magnetic signatures for the same time period. This wasn't a local phenomenon. Something had happened to the entire planet. The implications are staggering. Earth's magnetic field isn't just some invisible force that makes compasses work. It's intimately connected to our planet's rotation, its interaction with the sun, and even the movement of molten iron deep within the Earth's core. If the magnetic field shifted dramatically, it would mean that the planet itself had somehow changed its orientation in space. But how could such a thing happen? The most widely accepted theory involves what scientists call true polar wander. This isn't the same as magnetic pole reversal, where the magnetic field flips but the planet keeps spinning on the same axis. True polar wander is far more dramatic. It's when the entire planet literally tips over, changing which parts of the surface point toward the North Star. Imagine Earth as a spinning top. If you suddenly moved a large mass from one side of the top to the other, the entire top would wobble and eventually settle into a new orientation. The same thing could happen to Earth if massive amounts of ice or land suddenly shifted position. The planet would gradually tip over until it reached a new stable orientation, with different parts of the surface pointing toward the poles. The evidence for this isn't just magnetic. Ice core samples from Greenland and Antarctica show signs of rapid climate change around the same time period. Layers of ice that should represent thousands of years of gradual accumulation instead show dramatic shifts in temperature and precipitation patterns, as if the climate had changed almost overnight. Even more intriguing are the mammoth graveyards scattered across Siberia. Thousands of woolly mammoths and other Ice Age animals are found perfectly preserved in the permafrost, often with undigested food still in their stomachs. The suddenness of their preservation suggests that they were flash frozen in place, possibly as their habitat shifted from temperate grassland to Arctic tundra in a matter of days or weeks. Could this explain the flood myths found in cultures around the world? If Earth suddenly shifted on its axis, the effects would be catastrophic. Ocean waters, following the laws of inertia, would continue moving in their original direction even as the land beneath them shifted. This would create massive tsunamis, flooding entire continents and washing away civilizations that had existed for thousands of years. The redistribution of weight as ice sheets melted and reformed in new locations would trigger massive earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Mountain ranges that had been stable for millennia would suddenly become active fault lines. The sky itself would appear to change, as familiar constellations shifted position and the sun and moon followed new paths across the heavens. Ancient texts from around the world describe exactly these kinds of events. The Popol Vuh of the Maya speaks of a time when the sky fell and the earth was covered in water. Hindu scriptures describe periodic destructions of the world followed by renewals. Chinese legends tell of a time when the pillars supporting heaven broke, causing the sky to tilt and the earth to shift. Even more specific are the accounts that describe changes in the sky. The ancient Egyptians wrote of a time when the sun rose in the west and set in the east. Greek historians like Herodotus recorded similar stories from Egyptian priests, who claimed that the sun had changed direction 4 times in their recorded history. While mainstream historians dismiss these as mythology, they become much more interesting when considered alongside the evidence for dramatic magnetic pole shifts. But the magnetic evidence goes deeper than just volcanic rocks. Scientists have discovered that the magnetic signatures in deep ocean sediments show the same pattern. As sediments settle on the ocean floor, they capture tiny magnetic particles that align with Earth's magnetic field. These sediments create a continuous record going back millions of years, and they show clear evidence of dramatic magnetic changes around 10 to 12,000 years ago. What makes this even more mysterious is the speed of the change. Typical magnetic pole reversals, which have happened many times in Earth's history, usually take thousands of years to complete. But the evidence from this time period suggests something much more rapid. The magnetic signatures change so quickly that some scientists believe the entire reversal may have happened in less than a decade. This kind of rapid change would have consequences far beyond just confusing compass needles. Earth's magnetic field acts as a shield, protecting our planet from dangerous cosmic radiation and solar particles. During a rapid magnetic reversal, this shield would be weakened or completely absent for a period of time. The increased radiation reaching Earth's surface could have caused genetic mutations in plants and animals, leading to the extinction of some species and the rapid evolution of others. Archaeological evidence supports this timeline of dramatic change. The end of the Pleistocene epoch, around 11,700 years ago, marks one of the most significant extinction events in recent geological history. Massive animals that had survived multiple ice ages suddenly disappeared from the fossil record. At the same time, human cultures around the world show signs of dramatic disruption, with many complex societies collapsing and being replaced by simpler, more nomadic groups. But some human societies seem to have been prepared for these changes. Megalithic structures around the world, many dating to just after this time period, show sophisticated understanding of astronomy and magnetic orientation. Stonehenge, Newgrange, and dozens of other ancient sites are aligned not just with the current position of celestial bodies, but with their positions during specific time periods that coincide with the magnetic anomalies. Could these ancient builders have possessed knowledge of Earth's magnetic cycles? Some researchers believe that advanced prehistoric civilizations may have developed methods for predicting and surviving magnetic pole shifts. The careful astronomical alignments of their monuments could represent attempts to track and predict these catastrophic events. The mystery deepens when we consider the geographic distribution of these magnetic anomalies. The most dramatic changes seem to be concentrated in specific regions: the North Atlantic, the Pacific Ring of Fire, and parts of the Indian Ocean. These are the same regions where we find evidence of massive underwater structures, suggesting that significant land masses may have been submerged during the same time period. Recent discoveries using ground-penetrating radar and magnetic mapping have revealed vast geometric structures beneath the ocean floors in these regions. While natural geological processes could explain some of these formations, others show clear signs of artificial construction. Straight lines, right angles, and complex geometric patterns are visible in the magnetic data, suggesting that large-scale engineering projects were once located in areas that are now deep underwater. The connection between magnetic pole shifts and sea level changes is well established. When the magnetic field changes rapidly, it can affect the planet's rotation speed and the distribution of mass around the equator. This, combined with the melting of ice sheets caused by increased cosmic radiation, could raise sea levels by hundreds of feet in a relatively short time period. But here's where the mystery becomes even more intriguing. If ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of magnetic cycles, they might have been able to predict when these catastrophic changes would occur. The flood myths from around the world often include details about advance warning, chosen survivors, and the preservation of knowledge and technology. The story of Noah's Ark, for example, includes specific details about the duration of the flood, the types of animals to be preserved, and even the dimensions of the vessel needed for survival. While these details are usually interpreted metaphorically, they become much more interesting when considered as practical survival information for a predictable catastrophic event. Similar stories from other cultures include even more technical details. The Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh describes specific measurements for the ark and includes warnings about magnetic disturbances and changes in the sky. Hindu scriptures contain detailed astronomical calculations that some researchers believe are actually instructions for predicting pole shifts. The ancient Egyptian texts are perhaps the most specific. The Turin Papyrus contains what appears to be a systematic record of magnetic pole positions over thousands of years, presented in the form of religious imagery, but containing mathematical relationships that match modern magnetic field models. Some researchers believe this represents a surviving fragment of an ancient scientific tradition dedicated to tracking and predicting magnetic changes. But if ancient civilizations possessed this knowledge, what happened to it? The answer may lie in the nature of the catastrophic events themselves. A rapid magnetic pole shift wouldn't just cause flooding and earthquakes. It would also disrupt all forms of electronic and magnetic navigation, making it impossible to use traditional methods of recording and preserving information. Moreover, the social disruption caused by such events would make it difficult to maintain complex knowledge systems. Even if some individuals survived with intact memories of the scientific principles involved, they would be too busy with basic survival to focus on preserving and transmitting abstract knowledge. Over time, the practical knowledge of magnetic cycles might have been transformed into religious mythology, with the technical details preserved in symbolic form. The careful astronomical alignments of later megalithic structures could represent attempts by post-catastrophe civilizations to reconstruct lost knowledge using the physical evidence left behind in the landscape. This interpretation is supported by the fact that many ancient monuments seem to be built on sites with unusual magnetic properties. Stonehenge, for example, sits on an intersection of magnetic field lines that create natural compass anomalies. The builders may have chosen these locations specifically because they marked important points in Earth's magnetic grid. Modern satellite data has revealed that Earth's magnetic field is currently showing signs of instability. The magnetic North Pole is moving at an accelerating rate, and the overall strength of the magnetic field has decreased by about 10% over the past century. Some scientists believe we may be approaching another magnetic reversal, possibly within the next few centuries. If the ancient knowledge of magnetic cycles was accurate, this raises disturbing questions about our own future. Are we approaching another period of dramatic magnetic change? Could our modern technological civilization be as vulnerable to these events as the ancient civilizations that left only mysterious monuments and flood myths behind? The evidence suggests that magnetic pole shifts are not random events, but follow predictable patterns related to solar cycles, planetary alignments, and deep Earth processes. If this is true, then the next shift might be calculable using modern scientific methods combined with the astronomical knowledge preserved in ancient monuments. Some researchers are already working on this problem, using computer models to simulate the effects of rapid magnetic changes on modern technology and climate systems. The results are sobering. A rapid magnetic pole shift today would disable satellite communications, disrupt power grids, and cause navigation systems to fail worldwide. The economic and social disruption would be unprecedented. But perhaps more importantly, it would vindicate the ancient warnings preserved in flood myths and megalithic monuments. The builders of these structures may have been trying to leave us a message, encoded in stone and myth, about the cyclical nature of catastrophic change on our planet. The magnetic signatures locked in ancient rocks continue to reveal new secrets as our measurement techniques improve. Each new discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, bringing us closer to understanding exactly what happened to Earth's magnetic field in the distant past and what it might mean for our future. In the mountains of Lebanon, where cedar trees once provided timber for Solomon's temple, lies an enigma that has puzzled engineers and archaeologists for over a century. The massive stone blocks at Baalbek aren't just large, they're impossibly large. Some weigh more than 1,000 tons, making them the heaviest worked stones ever discovered on Earth. They were cut with precision that rivals modern laser technology, transported across miles of rough terrain, and placed with such accuracy that not even a sheet of paper can fit between them. But here's what makes Baalbek truly mysterious. These stones were placed long before the Romans arrived in Lebanon. They form the foundation of a much older structure, something so ancient that even the Romans considered it the work of giants. The Roman temples that sit on top of these megalithic blocks, impressive as they are, look almost fragile by comparison. It's as if a modern skyscraper had been built on top of the Great Pyramid, dwarfed by the achievement it was trying to surpass. The question that has haunted researchers for generations is simple: who moved these stones, and how did they do it? The answer may force us to reconsider everything we think we know about ancient technology and the civilizations that existed before the Great Flood. The first thing that strikes visitors to Baalbek is the sheer scale of the construction. The trilithon, 3 massive limestone blocks that form part of the retaining wall, weighs approximately 240,000 tons combined. Each block is roughly 64 feet long, 14 feet high, and 12 feet deep. To put this in perspective, the largest stones in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh about 15 tons. The largest stones that modern cranes can lift weigh around 20,000 tons, and that's with specially designed equipment working under ideal conditions. But the trilithon isn't even the largest stone at Baalbek. Still lying in the quarry about a quarter mile away is the stone of the pregnant woman, weighing an estimated 1,200 tons. Next to it lies an even larger block, discovered only recently, that weighs nearly 1,700 tons. These stones were quarried, shaped, and prepared for transport, but for unknown reasons, they were never moved to the construction site. The precision of the stonework is as impressive as the size. The blocks are cut so accurately that the surfaces are perfectly flat, and the corners are exact 90-degree angles. The joints between stones are so tight that archaeologists have difficulty determining where one block ends and another begins. This level of precision requires not just advanced tools, but also sophisticated measuring and planning techniques. Modern attempts to understand how these stones were moved have produced no convincing explanations. The mainstream archaeological theory suggests that the Romans used a combination of ramps, pulleys, and human labor to transport and position the blocks. However, experiments with scaled-down versions of Roman construction techniques have consistently failed to move stones even a fraction of the size of the trilithon blocks. The engineering challenges are immense. Moving a 1,200-ton stone across a quarter mile of uneven ground would require a track capable of supporting millions of pounds of weight. The track itself would need to be built from stones nearly as large as the ones being moved. The logistics of organizing enough workers, the construction of adequate lifting equipment, and the coordination required for such an operation exceed anything documented in Roman engineering records. Perhaps more puzzling is the question of why anyone would want to move such large stones in the first place. From an engineering perspective, the same structural strength could be achieved using many smaller blocks. The Romans certainly knew this, as evidenced by their other construction projects throughout the empire. Using smaller stones would have been faster, cheaper, and far less risky. The decision to use such massive blocks suggests that size itself was important, possibly for reasons that had nothing to do with structural necessity. This brings us to the most intriguing aspect of Baalbek. The evidence suggests that the megalithic stones predate the Roman occupation by thousands of years. Roman construction techniques and architectural styles are well documented throughout the empire. The temples at Baalbek show clear Roman influence in their upper levels, but the massive foundation stones are unlike anything else the Romans built. Ancient historians provide some clues about the site's pre-Roman origins. The Jewish historian Josephus wrote that Baalbek was built by giants in the time before the flood. While this is usually dismissed as mythology, it's worth noting that Josephus was generally reliable when it came to historical facts. His description of Baalbek as pre-flood construction aligns with the archaeological evidence that the megalithic stones are far older than the Roman temples built on top of them. Arabic historians also preserve traditions about Baalbek's ancient origins. They wrote that the site was built by a king named Nimrod, who commanded giants to construct a fortress so strong that it could survive any catastrophe. According to these accounts, the builders used a form of technology that allowed them to soften stone like clay, shape it to their needs, and then harden it back to its original strength. While these historical accounts are often dismissed as legend, they become more interesting when considered alongside the physical evidence. The precision of the stonework at Baalbek does suggest the use of technologies that we don't fully understand. The surfaces of the blocks are not just smooth, they're mathematically flat to tolerances that are difficult to achieve even with modern equipment. Recent analysis using ground-penetrating radar and laser scanning has revealed additional mysteries. The megalithic blocks appear to be part of a much larger structure that extends deep underground. The visible stones may be just the top level of a massive complex that was later buried, possibly during the same catastrophic events that ended the last ice age. The underground structures show the same precision and massive scale as the visible blocks. Chambers and corridors extend for hundreds of feet beneath the surface, carved from solid rock and fitted with stone blocks that weigh hundreds of tons. The purpose of these underground areas remains unknown, but their scale suggests they were designed for something far more significant than simple storage or religious ceremonies. Geological surveys of the area have revealed additional anomalies. The bedrock beneath Baalbek shows signs of intense heating at some point in the past, creating crystalline structures typically associated with extremely high temperatures. This could be natural, resulting from volcanic activity, but the pattern of heating is unusually uniform and concentrated directly beneath the megalithic structures. The quarry where the massive stones were cut provides additional clues about the construction techniques used. The stone of the pregnant woman and its companion blocks were cut directly from the bedrock, using methods that left characteristic tool marks. However, these marks don't match any known ancient tool technology. They appear to have been made by something that could cut through limestone as easily as a modern diamond saw cuts through wood. Analysis of the tool marks using electron microscopy has revealed traces of materials that shouldn't be present in ancient stonework. Microscopic particles of metals and ceramics are embedded in the cut surfaces, suggesting the use of advanced cutting tools. Some researchers believe these traces are evidence of lost technology, possibly involving high-temperature plasma or ultrasonic cutting methods. The transportation of the massive blocks from the quarry to the construction site presents its own set of mysteries. The route between the two locations crosses several ravines and changes in elevation that would make moving such heavy loads extremely difficult even today. There's no evidence of ramps or roads capable of supporting the weight of the stones, yet somehow they were moved across this challenging terrain. One of the most intriguing theories about the transportation method involves the use of sound waves to reduce the apparent weight of the stones. Several ancient sources, including Tibetan monks and South American shamans, describe techniques for using specific sound frequencies to make heavy objects easier to move. While this sounds like fantasy, recent experiments with acoustic levitation have demonstrated that sound waves can indeed counteract gravitational forces under certain conditions. The acoustic properties of the Baalbek site itself support this theory. The megalithic blocks are arranged in patterns that create natural resonance chambers. When sounds of specific frequencies are produced in these areas, the stones themselves begin to vibrate in harmonic patterns. Some researchers believe this indicates that the site was designed to work with acoustic technologies for construction purposes. But the most compelling evidence for advanced pre-flood technology at Baalbek may be the site's astronomical alignments. The megalithic structures are oriented with precision towards specific celestial objects, not as they appear today, but as they appeared over 10,000 years ago. This suggests that the builders possessed sophisticated knowledge of astronomical cycles and the precession of the equinoxes. The alignments are too precise to be accidental. The main axis of the temple complex points directly toward the rising of Sirius, as it appeared in approximately 9,500 BCE. Other structural elements align with the positions of Venus, Jupiter, and specific star configurations from the same time period. This level of astronomical precision requires not just observation, but also mathematical calculations of a complexity that wasn't achieved again until the development of modern astronomy. The implications of these alignments are staggering. They suggest that the builders of Baalbek possessed knowledge of Earth's orbital mechanics and the long-term cycles of celestial bodies. This level of understanding implies a scientific tradition that had been developing for thousands of years before the structures were built. Could the builders of Baalbek have been survivors of an advanced pre-flood civilization? The evidence suggests that whoever constructed the megalithic foundations possessed technologies and knowledge that surpassed anything achieved by later cultures. The precision of the stonework, the massive scale of the construction, and the sophisticated astronomical alignments all point to a level of development that seems impossible for the time period in which they were created. Recent discoveries in the surrounding region have added weight to this theory. Excavations at nearby sites have uncovered artifacts and structures that show similar levels of advanced engineering. Underground chambers carved from solid rock, megalithic walls built with stones that weigh hundreds of tons, and sophisticated water management systems that rival modern engineering projects. These sites appear to be part of a larger network of ancient installations, possibly connected to Baalbek through underground passages and communication systems. The discovery of what appear to be precisely cut tunnels extending for miles beneath the Lebanese mountains suggests that the ancient builders created an extensive infrastructure that we're only beginning to understand. The technology required for such large-scale underground construction would have been considerable. Excavating tunnels through solid rock, maintaining structural integrity over vast distances, and creating ventilation systems for underground complexes requires knowledge of engineering principles that weren't supposed to exist until modern times. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Baalbek is what it suggests about the relationship between ancient civilization and catastrophic earth changes. If the site was indeed built before the Great Flood, then its builders must have anticipated the need for structures that could survive massive geological upheavals. The choice to build with stones weighing over 1,000 tons makes perfect sense from this perspective. Such massive blocks would be virtually impossible to move or damage during earthquakes, tsunamis, or other catastrophic events. The precision of the construction would ensure that the structures remained stable even if the ground beneath them shifted dramatically. The underground chambers and passages could have served as shelters during catastrophic events, providing protection for people and preservation for knowledge and technology. The astronomical alignments would have allowed survivors to maintain their scientific understanding, even if surface landmarks were destroyed or altered. This interpretation casts the builders of Baalbek in a new light. Rather than primitive people stumbling upon advanced techniques through trial and error, they appear to have been sophisticated engineers planning for survival in a world they knew was subject to periodic catastrophic change. The question of how they acquired this knowledge remains open. Some researchers believe it was developed through thousands of years of careful observation and experimentation by earlier civilizations. Others suggest that the knowledge was inherited from an even more ancient source, possibly dating back to the end of the last ice age, when global sea levels were hundreds of feet lower and vast areas now underwater were available for development. The gradual recovery of advanced knowledge after catastrophic events would explain the curious pattern we see in many ancient sites. The most impressive structures are often the oldest, as if later builders were trying to recreate techniques they had partially forgotten. The Roman temples built on top of the Baalbek megaliths are magnificent by normal standards, but they pale in comparison to the foundational stones they were built upon. This pattern repeats at sites around the world. At Sacsayhuaman in Peru, precisely fitted megalithic walls are topped with later construction that shows a clear decline in technical skill. At Giza, the Great Pyramid demonstrates engineering capabilities that were never equaled in later Egyptian construction projects. At Easter Island, the largest and most sophisticated Moai statues are the oldest, while later statues show a gradual decline in both size and craftsmanship. Could these sites all be remnants of the same pre-flood civilization that built Baalbek? The similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and the use of precisely fitted megalithic stones suggest connections that transcend the geographical distances between them. The builders of Baalbek may have been part of a global civilization that possessed technologies we're only now beginning to understand. Their decision to work with stones of impossible size and weight wasn't a display of primitive excess, but rather a sophisticated engineering solution to the problem of building structures that could survive the catastrophic changes they knew were coming. As we continue to study Baalbek and similar sites around the world, we're forced to confront the possibility that our understanding of ancient history is fundamentally incomplete. The evidence suggests that advanced civilizations existed long before we thought possible, possessing knowledge and technologies that were lost during global catastrophic events and only partially recovered by later cultures. The builders of Baalbek left us more than just impressive stones. They left us a puzzle that challenges our assumptions about the past and forces us to consider the possibility that human civilization is far older and more sophisticated than we ever imagined. In solving that puzzle, we might not only unlock the secrets of the past, but also discover knowledge that could help us prepare for the future. Off the coast of Gujarat, India, beneath the restless waters of the Arabian Sea, lies one of archaeology's most controversial discoveries. Ancient stone structures, carved pillars, and temple remains that seem to tell a story our history books never recorded. This is Dwarka, a legendary city that, according to Hindu texts, was the magnificent kingdom of Lord Krishna himself. But here's where the mystery deepens. What if these weren't just stories? What if Dwarka was real? And what if it's still down there, waiting beneath the waves? For centuries, Dwarka existed only in the pages of ancient Sanskrit texts. The Mahabharata and the Puranas described it as a golden city of incredible beauty, with towering palaces, broad avenues, and magnificent temples. According to these texts, it was built on the western coast of India and served as Krishna's capital. The stories spoke of a city so grand that it defied imagination, with walls of gold and silver, gardens filled with exotic flowers, and harbors bustling with ships from distant lands. But then the texts say something catastrophic happened. The city was swallowed by the sea. In a single day, this magnificent metropolis vanished beneath the waves, taking with it an entire civilization. For generations, scholars dismissed these accounts as mythology, beautiful stories meant to convey spiritual truths rather than historical facts. After all, there was no evidence that such a place had ever existed. That changed in the 1980s when marine archaeologist Dr. S.R. Rao began systematic underwater exploration off the coast of modern-day Dwarka. What he and his team discovered would challenge everything we thought we knew about ancient Indian history. Lying 20 to 40 feet beneath the surface of the Arabian Sea, they found the remains of what appeared to be an ancient city. The underwater ruins revealed massive stone blocks, some weighing several tons, arranged in what looked like the foundations of large structures. Carved pillars emerged from the sandy sea floor, their surfaces decorated with intricate designs that matched the architectural styles described in ancient texts. Most intriguing of all were the remains of what appeared to be temple complexes, with stone doorways and walls that had clearly been shaped by human hands thousands of years ago. But these weren't just random stones scattered by ocean currents. The layout suggested careful planning and sophisticated engineering. The structures were aligned with mathematical precision, and the construction techniques showed an advanced understanding of building in coastal environments. This wasn't the work of simple fishing villages. This was evidence of a complex, organized civilization. Carbon dating of artifacts recovered from the site revealed that some of the structures were at least 3,500 years old, with some estimates pushing the date back even further. But here's where things get really interesting. If these ruins are indeed the remains of the legendary Dwarka, they would represent one of the oldest planned cities ever discovered in India, predating many of the civilizations we thought were the first to develop urban planning. The pottery fragments found at the site are particularly fascinating. They show a unique style that doesn't match any known ancient Indian pottery traditions. The designs are sophisticated, with intricate patterns that suggest the work of skilled artisans. Some pieces show evidence of trade connections with distant lands, indicating that this wasn't an isolated settlement, but part of a broader network of ancient civilizations. Dr. Rao's team also discovered what appeared to be an ancient harbor system. Stone structures that could have served as docks or breakwaters were found arranged in patterns that would make sense for a busy port city. If accurate, this would suggest that ancient Dwarka wasn't just a religious center, but a major hub of maritime trade, connecting India with civilizations across the Arabian Sea and beyond. But the discoveries raised as many questions as they answered. How did such massive stone blocks end up underwater? The most obvious explanation would be that sea levels rose over time, gradually submerging the ancient city. But geological evidence suggests that while sea levels have indeed risen since ancient times, the change wasn't dramatic enough to explain how structures that were once on dry land ended up dozens of feet underwater. This has led some researchers to propose more dramatic explanations. Could there have been a sudden geological event, perhaps an earthquake that caused the land to sink rapidly into the sea? The region is geologically active, sitting near the boundary of tectonic plates. Major earthquakes have struck the area in recorded history, and it's possible that ancient Dwarka was the victim of such a catastrophic event. The ancient texts themselves provide some clues about what might have happened. According to the Mahabharata, after Krishna's death, his city was abandoned and then consumed by the sea. The description is remarkably specific, mentioning that the waters rushed in and covered the city completely. While this could be poetic metaphor, it could also be a cultural memory of an actual disaster that befell an ancient coastal settlement. Another theory suggests that the submersion of Dwarka might be connected to the end of the last ice age. As glaciers melted and sea levels rose worldwide, many coastal settlements would have been gradually flooded. But if Dwarka was built on land that was already close to sea level, even a relatively modest rise in ocean levels could have been catastrophic for the city. Some researchers have proposed even more controversial explanations. They point to evidence in ancient Indian texts of advanced technologies and suggest that the builders of Dwarka might have had engineering capabilities that we haven't fully recognized. Could they have built their city using techniques that allowed it to withstand submersion, perhaps even intentionally designing it to function underwater? This theory gained some support from the remarkable preservation of the structures. Despite being underwater for thousands of years, many of the stone blocks and carved elements remain in surprisingly good condition. The precision of the construction and the durability of the materials suggest a level of engineering sophistication that rivals modern techniques. But the mystery of underwater Dwarka extends beyond just the physical structures. The layout of the ruins corresponds remarkably well with the descriptions found in ancient texts. The Mahabharata describes Dwarka as being built in a specific pattern, with particular types of buildings arranged in designated areas. The underwater ruins seem to match these descriptions with uncanny accuracy. This has led some scholars to argue that the texts aren't just mythology, but may contain genuine historical memories passed down through generations. If true, this would mean that the ancient Indian oral tradition preserved accurate information about real places and events for thousands of years, something that would revolutionize our understanding of how historical knowledge was transmitted in ancient cultures. The discovery of underwater Dwarka has also raised questions about how many other legendary cities might actually be real places waiting to be found beneath the world's oceans. If Krishna's capital can be located underwater off the Indian coast, what about other mythical cities mentioned in ancient texts? Could Atlantis, Lemuria, or other legendary civilizations also be based on real places that were lost to rising seas or geological disasters? Recent advances in underwater archaeology have allowed researchers to explore the Dwarka site with greater precision than ever before. Sophisticated sonar mapping has revealed that the underwater ruins extend over a much larger area than originally thought. What was initially believed to be a single complex of structures now appears to be part of a much more extensive ancient settlement. The sonar images show what appear to be streets, plazas, and multiple building complexes arranged in a grid pattern that suggests sophisticated urban planning. This level of organization is remarkable for a site that's supposedly thousands of years old, predating most known examples of planned cities in the ancient world. But perhaps the most intriguing discoveries at underwater Dwarka are the artifacts that don't quite fit what we'd expect from an ancient Indian settlement. Some of the pottery styles and decorative motifs seem to have influences from much more distant cultures. There are design elements that appear similar to artifacts found in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and even the Mediterranean region. This has led some researchers to propose that ancient Dwarka wasn't just a local Indian city, but was part of a much larger network of ancient civilizations that traded and exchanged cultural ideas across vast distances. If true, this would suggest that the ancient world was far more connected than we previously believed, with sophisticated maritime trade routes linking civilizations separated by thousands of miles. The religious significance of the site adds another layer to the mystery. Modern Dwarka, built on the coast above the underwater ruins, is one of Hinduism's foremost sacred cities. Pilgrims have been coming here for centuries to honor Krishna and to visit the temples dedicated to his memory. But could their devotion be based on more than just spiritual tradition? Could the continued reverence for this particular location be a cultural echo of the real historical significance of ancient Dwarka? Local traditions in the area speak of a great city that once stood where now only water remains. Fishermen tell stories passed down through generations about seeing the tops of buildings and temple spires beneath the waves on particularly clear days. While such accounts might seem like folklore, they take on new significance in light of the archaeological discoveries. Some of the most controversial aspects of the Dwarka discoveries involve claims about the advanced nature of the ancient civilization that built the city. Certain researchers have pointed to the precision of the construction and the apparent sophistication of the harbor system as evidence that the builders had engineering knowledge that was far ahead of their time. They note that the stone blocks used in construction are not just massive, but are fitted together with remarkable precision. The joints between stones are so tight that it's difficult to insert even a thin blade between them. This level of craftsmanship suggests not just skilled stonemasons, but also advanced tools and techniques for cutting and shaping hard stone. The harbor structures are particularly impressive from an engineering standpoint. If the interpretations are correct, the ancient builders of Dwarka created a complex system of docks, channels, and protective barriers that would have allowed large ships to safely enter and leave the port even in rough weather. This kind of sophisticated maritime infrastructure is typically associated with much later periods in history. But skeptics argue that we shouldn't be too quick to attribute advanced capabilities to ancient civilizations based on impressive construction alone. They point out that humans have always been capable of remarkable engineering feats when they put their minds to it, and that skilled craftsmen working with simple tools can achieve results that seem impossible by modern standards. The debate over underwater Dwarka reflects a broader controversy in archaeology about how we should interpret evidence of sophisticated ancient construction. Some researchers are willing to consider the possibility that certain ancient civilizations had technological capabilities that we haven't fully recognized. Others maintain that we should be cautious about attributing abilities to ancient peoples that go beyond what we know they possessed. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Dwarka mystery is how it challenges our understanding of ancient sea levels and climate change. The fact that substantial structures are now underwater raises questions about how dramatically coastlines have changed over the past several thousand years. If sea levels were significantly lower when Dwarka was built, what other coastal civilizations might be hidden beneath the waves? This question has implications far beyond just Indian archaeology. Around the world, there are hints that ancient peoples lived and built in areas that are now underwater. From the Mediterranean to the North Sea to the coasts of Asia and the Americas, underwater archaeology is revealing evidence of human activity in areas that have been submerged for thousands of years. The discovery of underwater Dwarka has inspired new searches for other submerged archaeological sites along India's coast. Researchers are now using advanced sonar and satellite imagery to look for similar underwater structures in other locations mentioned in ancient texts. Some promising sites have already been identified, suggesting that Dwarka might not be an isolated case, but part of a pattern of ancient coastal settlements that were lost to rising seas. But the investigation of underwater Dwarka faces significant challenges. Working underwater is expensive and technically demanding, requiring specialized equipment and expertise. The site is also affected by strong currents and poor visibility, making detailed study difficult and dangerous. Many artifacts and structures that might provide crucial evidence remain buried under layers of sand and sediment on the sea floor. Political and religious sensitivities also complicate research at the site. Dwarka is not just an archaeological location, but a sacred place for millions of Hindus. Any research must be conducted with respect for religious beliefs and practices, and some religious authorities have concerns about disturbing what they consider to be a holy site. Despite these challenges, research continues, driven by the tantalizing possibility that underwater Dwarka might contain evidence that could revolutionize our understanding of ancient Indian civilization. Each new discovery seems to raise more questions than it answers, adding layers to a mystery that becomes more complex the deeper we dig, or in this case, the deeper we dive. The story of underwater Dwarka forces us to confront uncomfortable questions about what we really know about the ancient past. If a city as significant as Krishna's capital could be lost beneath the waves and forgotten by mainstream history for thousands of years, what else might be down there waiting to be discovered? And if the ancient texts that describe Dwarka so accurately were dismissed as mythology for so long, what other mythical places mentioned in ancient literature might actually be real locations that we simply haven't found yet? The discovery of underwater Dwarka suggests that the line between mythology and history might not be as clear as we once thought. As we continue to explore the mysteries beneath the waves off the Indian coast, we're not just uncovering the remains of an ancient city. We're potentially rewriting the story of human civilization itself, revealing evidence of sophisticated ancient cultures that achieved things we're only beginning to understand. The submerged temples and ruins of Dwarka remain one of archaeology's most captivating enigmas, an underwater time capsule that continues to challenge our assumptions about the ancient world. Whether it truly was the legendary city of Krishna or simply an impressive ancient settlement that happened to match the descriptions in religious texts, one thing is certain: there are still secrets sleeping beneath the waves, waiting for us to dive deep enough to find them. The pre-flood world is filled with mysteries, some buried deep beneath the ocean, some locked within layers of ancient earth, and others hidden in plain sight, waiting to be uncovered. The stories we've explored today are just a glimpse into the strange, the unexplained, and the forgotten chapters of history that continue to baffle experts and ignite debate. But the deeper we search, the more questions we uncover.